in the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Daisy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite both in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
Hello, Daisy is right here for you to see. Daisy? Yeah, that was her tail. You literally, this is why you're in the theme song, dude. Oh, she's right here. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, wherever you're at. Hi, Davina. Hi, Shippy with the sprays. Daisy, I think we need some sprays here for you, baby girl. What's up, Joseph? We need critical thinking. Can't wait for that, Don Kenny. Well, here I am. And Lucifer, of course. Daisy, Daisy has been posing for a lot of pictures lately, so we're probably gonna have another do emote sometime soon. But there's also a super do emote that has been created on between me and my husband, so maybe we use super do. Daisy, you pretty girl. Well, yes. And Davina, hello. Did I say hello to you, Davina? I'm so sorry if I didn't. Lucifer, I was on my way down the list, but then I just saw you guys doing that. Hi, Rosales. What's up? Right, guys. We are on it today. We are back on the track. We are back on debate diagramming. And this one is going to be a formal one. I went through most of it yesterday. It's actually going to be quite a long one because I'm just trying to think. Once I got to the conversation part, I was like, ooh, how are we going to get through that? But we will persevere, and we are one day down because we didn't do this stream yesterday. We wasted our time with the woke right. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's get going. Oh, let me get my music up so we can put that in the background. That would also work. You'd think I'd know these things by now. Daisy, sweet child, please settle, baby girl. Okay, let me see if I can get Daisy to sit in the drawer instead. Yeah, there's a go. There you go. That would be so much better. All right. All open. No, man. There we go. Shippy in 2 streams or even more. Oh, are you and Shippy dual streaming? Daisy's loving the camera. She's loving the desk and the camera, and it's just... Okay, let's see. Are we set up properly here? Yeah, you guys can hear music, right? Right? Hello, Fishy. Fishy, I was going to start to say Cinevia's fish, but I was just like, you know what? No, she's trying to get under the blanket into whatever's under the drawer. There's nothing there for you. Stop it. Hey. Distraction. You can hear the music. Hey, Taco Nights. Good to see you. It's good. I'm trying to wake up, guys. I don't think I slept well, but we are good. Daisy and I took a break from politics yesterday, and that was fun. Okay, no, she wants to. Okay, no, yeah, okay, she's off the desk. I made it through the first episode of Wheel of Time. Ew. Wait, what's that emoji? Oh, that's a cool. You're feeling cool. Okay. I'm just busy getting our mind map ready. What is the name? It's Bill Kristol versus Scott Horton. Okay, save. just left a comment on it. You didn't sleep well. Did you stay woke? Yes, I did. Oh no, you're so right, Joseph. Damn. Oh, you're right. I did not. I succumbed to the woke right by staying awake. Let us get to diagramming. There we go. Ta-da! Person A versus person B, because we are not prepped anywhere else. I do have the transcript, which is, it's nice and helpful for the first time, for the first few bits of the, what do you call it? Twitch is silly. It is very silly. It really is. What I'm saying is the transcript is nice for the first few because it's a formal debate. So we have just paragraphs and paragraphs of talking. Okay, so let's get the video up as well. I've put that in here. Stream Elements bot took you long enough, bro. I don't want to take a break from Kitty. You don't have to take a break from me. Yay, I'm here. I just wanted you guys to see Daisy do. I think that's why. What am I looking for? Oh, playlists. Or I could just go to history and find it because I haven't been watching much else. Yeah, Daisy's chat intelligence access. If you guys want, no, you don't wait. I was going to say if you guys wanted a break from politics, go and watch. But she just did a Amelia Perez video. Okay. Oopsie, that's not supposed to be there. Love me some Scott Horton. This will be interesting to see you break this down. You know what? Okay, so let's go for first impressions about this. I actually the first bit I watched, I was like, okay, Bill Kristol just did not prepare for this. You did not care for this. Scott Horton over prepared, and Bill Kristol did not at all. And then I was reading the transcript, and I'm like, okay, he's got some arguments, but here, Bill Kristol has some arguments, but they're just not well formed. So there's that. He doesn't actually speak them very well. I think he defends himself a little bit better in the discussion part of the debate, like the conversational answering questions part. Scott Horton, actually, yes, he's got a lot of evidence in his he brings a lot of evidence to the table, which is fine, but actually that probably, for me, what that does for me is go, okay, wait, you're just interpreting so many pieces of information in a certain way, and basically Bill has no way of attacking those, because it's basically a gish gallop. He's got so much in there, and that makes it seem like he's completely destroying. But Bill is talking about just, like, I suppose, the idea of it, but Scott's going just into examples of bad interventionism. So anyway, you'll diagram love it. Diagram hugs. Love it is just a heart. Get it? As a diagram. No, I'm not the only one with fish in the name. Yes, we've got a fishmonger. He's lucky to have a shot at debating big-time neocon, mass murderer, war criminal Kristol. So yeah, there's a lot of that sort of stuff, where basically it's Scott confronting him. So yeah, hello friends, can't wait for another episode of the Daisy Show featuring that Don Kitty. I know it is. It's great. She's just gone for a break. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah. Anyway, hello Dildo as well. Other colonizers as well. Daisy. Oh, cool. So we're all good. I'm caught up with chat. Let me get the video. I'm kind of covering my mouth here, which is just not going to help you guys. I've got the song in my head. Daisy's lurking in Daisy's tail, lurking in the frame. Da, 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 da. I like our theme song, guys. Thank you, Crimmage. Okay, let's go. This music needs to be brought a little bit down for me. I'm 10 inches tall. Yes, that would make sense. Okay. Right. Scott is often scatterbrained with how he lays things out, which I think is a side effect of how much he's studied, interviewed on these topics. He's got too much in his head. Yeah, Justin, he actually runs out of time. He goes over time because he's got so much to say. And I think if he wasn't, if he I guess he had like he's giving a what's the name? An emotional speech. Part of it is appealing to emotion. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's a very good thing to do when you're talking about war. So yeah, and I'm gonna have I've decided, because I'm listening back to it, I'm gonna have quite a difficult time making sense of his evidence, because he just piles it on and you go, okay, cool, there's just evidence, but I want to understand it. So that is probably going to be the thing that's going to take me the longest, is understanding his picking apart his evidence, just so that it sits in my mind properly. Half of the stuff I don't recognize that he brings up, but I like that. I like that I don't know what's going on. I want to be educated by the experience of doing a debate diagram. That's part of the point. Yeah. Can we have a debate diagram sometime on this year? Married at first sight. What's that? Did Married at First Sight Oz, please? Like, was that a thing? I just came in. Are we talking about war? So cheery. Obviously, that's why I needed a break yesterday, guys. We're talking about interventionism. So U.S. interventionism. U.S. being the world police, essentially. That's going there, and you're supposed to go here. Yeah. Sorry, guys. My window. You would think I know how to use my windows now. Okay. I've seen Scott lay things out more slowly to people, and I think that's when he's at his best. On some form, a long form podcast, even then, though it's so much to take in. Yeah. I haven't seen Married at First Sight, Australia. I have seen Married at First Sight, America. The US needs to deal with this. Scott Horton is dope as fuck for his geopolitical takes. So I think I'm sensing, guys, a bias towards Scott. Seems what's wild about that show, guys? Australians are wild, I guess. Hey, ZBR. Okay, so let's just get this going. Kristol. Okay. I guess we could put Scott. Bill. Okay. So yeah, a reminder that major topic, no matter where it is, we put a circle. But this is we're going to do this as a timeline, but because it does go in a timeline. Eventually, it's going to turn into a conversation. But I'm thinking maybe I put mind maps on. I create mind maps at certain junctures. I don't know. We'll see. Just hold on. Let's change this. I want us to go back to that as our... There you go. Cool. Coming again to save the motherfucking game. What? Who's saving the day? ZBR? Okay, so let's go. Let us get us closer. Oh, let's get the video link for posterity. Just give me a click. Oh my gosh, just give me the link, bro. Microsoft Edge is like trying to give me a summary of the video or something. Okay, fine. Here we go. Jeez. Imagine waiting for a link to load, as in to share a link. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm an impatient person. Microsoft says there's no link. Yeah, that's basically what it's doing. Video thumbnail. There you go. So there we go. We've got it. We have so many problems in the US. Why are we sticking our nose into everybody else's business? Okay, so that I guess that's your stance on it is like, you know, this is. I think a lot of Americans are tired of being everybody's savior, and also, people they're not. It's not like anyone's grateful. People are just busy hating America and blaming America. So I guess from an American's point of view, you're like, okay, then just shut up, I suppose. Then just fine, we'll leave you. Bill Kristol sounds like a spin on Kill Bristol. Kill Bristol. Sorry. Okay, so let's see how the sound goes.
On October 4th, 2021, Bill Kristol, an editor-at-large of the
Bill Kristol. The music is so...
Bulwark, went up against Scott Horton of the Libertarian Institute in an Oxford-style debate on U.S. foreign policy at Symphony Space in New York City. Kristol was a leading proponent of the invasion of Iraq, the founding editor of the Weekly Standard, a foreign...
This is messing with my background music. I was enjoying it, but you're just making it all like...
policy advisor to John McCain's 2008 presidential campaign and chief of staff to Vice President Dan Quayle. Scott Horton is the author of Enough Already, Time to End the War on Terrorism, and Fool's Errand, Time to End the War in Afghanistan. He's the editorial director of...
And he's also written, I think he's the guy that wrote Provoked, right?
Antiwar.com, and the host of Anti-War Radio and the Scott Horton podcast. The debate was hosted by the Soho Forum, with Gene Epstein moderating.
Well,
I enjoyed just a note on Gene Epstein, moderator. I'm gonna have to put that in because later on he's going to be asking questions. Gene, what was his surname?
well,
The Soho Forum with Gene Epstein.
Gene Epstein. How do you forget that? Let's make him a... What would a moderator do? Let's put you grey. You're supposed to be grey. Okay. Hey, Zax. When the UK or the US stop intervening Russia and China for that void, ask most of Africa. Yeah, this is... that is the idea that I kind of sit with, as obviously as not an American. I understand the want to step back, but at the same time, it's like, do you think stepping back? It seems like Scott thinks that if you step back, everything will be fine. That if you step back, the only thing you will have to do is defend yourself when the rest of the world comes for you. And America, he's of the opinion that America basically is able to defend itself against anybody. So it doesn't matter. They don't really, you guys, they don't really need allies. So, yeah. Cover some politics. What's happening? Oh, Shippy, is it Shippy? I'm going to take a break from politics and cover some politics. Listen, I took a break yesterday. That was yesterday. But yes, I know I said last week I was gonna Yeah, I guess next week we can do religion, but politics is everywhere. Should we do flat Earth next week? No one is attacking us. It's a fucking straw man. Well, not yet. It's kind of like a vaccine. You don't. I think Bill just doesn't. I think there's points, but right now where I'm sitting, guys, both sides make good points, and I feel like there has to be some sort of balance. You can't be completely isolationist, but at the same time, you shouldn't be. You don't need to be putting your fingers in everyone's pies. But yeah, I think both have good points. It's just that Bill does not make them very well. I want my country to quit spending trillions to okay, so a lot of removing Saddam from power was the worst thing to happen to Iraq. Yes, he has an evil man, but look at the state of the country now. Sometimes you need a wolf to hold the wolves at bay. Can we talk about why Dobermans are the best? Says Sugar Bear. I wonder why Sugar Bear would be interested in Sugar Bear. Wouldn't you want to talk about bears? US has the advantage of having two big fucking oceans around it. Yes, that's true. I don't want wolf. Zax, I went in for a job interview earlier and was rejected because I didn't get the jab. Ooh. Wow, really? It's 2025, Hunty. What? The monster you know is better than the one you don't. That's kind of, yeah. That's kind of where I land when I'm thinking of that. But I don't know. Let's see if going through this will make me lean more on one side to the other than the other. At the moment, I'm like, yeah, both sides. Sweet. But also just remember I'm not American, so yeah, I don't think the emotional stuff. Okay, it does work. I'm a woman. The emotional stuff will work. Diplomacy is not isolation. The accurate description of libertarian policy would be non-interventionism. Okay. That is really crazy, Hunty. It's like you saying, let's talk about cats. Says Sydney's views fish. Yeah, I don't understand. Okay, guys. I should have turned on members only chat because I figured out how to do it. Ha 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 ha. I figured out how to do it. And then only members could distract me in the beginning of streams. Because I was going to do that for like the first 10 minutes of stream. It's only members that can distract me. But you know what? You got another free one. It's cool. Stop trying to wink. I keep trying to wink. It's just horrible. Okay. Let's get going. And oh yes, so we got the Gene Epstein. I think I'm going to use just a little bit of their intros just to say who they are. So Bill Kristol, it's given as editor at large of the Bulwark. Okay. Bulwark. Went up against Scott of the Libertarian Institute. It seems like being a libertarian is really a lot of work. And I don't enjoy that. It seems like you got to pick fights with a lot of people. In an Oxford-style debate on U.S. foreign policy, as Kristol was leading proponent of the invasion of Iraq. Okay, so there. Okay, I'm just adding some stuff. The editor of Bulwark, leading proponent, founding editor of the Weekly Standard, a foreign policy advisor to John McCain. It seems like he's more able to talk about how he does. I thought, oh, okay, this guy's not talking very well. He's not a guy that has these debates. But when they get to the conversational part, he does it a lot better. Okay, chief staff, foreign policy advisor to get Daisy is coming. There she is. Hunty got rejected because he's a honky. Daisy, seriously. What's up, Nick? Chief of Staff, Vice President Dan Quayle. To Vice President Dan Quayle. Okay, so that's who he is. Okay, of the Libertarian, Scott Horton is the author of Enough Already, Time to End the War on Terrorism. Author. And Fool's Errand, Time to End the War in Afghanistan. I do wonder if he was able to be an advisor or something, if he would be able to bring these criticisms and turn them into policies. I'm sure he does, because it seems like he spends a lot of time on this. He's literally, it's like he's editorial director of antiwar.com. Like, I mean, yeah, it's his life's work, it seems. He did, and the host of Anti-War Radio and the Scott Horton podcast. I don't think Douglas Murray would like him. I wonder if Douglas Murray, but no, I think it is the guy who, he is the guy who let me just check something. Provoked. Book, Scott. Yeah, he is the guy that wrote Provoked. So I don't think Douglas Murray would be happy. Libertarians are the red-headed stepchild in the US. No respect. Okay. Well, Hunty, I do hope you persevere and do get a job, and you don't find someone, and you find someone that doesn't have a weird policy. Okay. So okay. So we've got, that's dealer name?
Moderating.
Well, now for the major event of the evening.
The music does stop, I promise.
The resolution again reads, a willingness to intervene and to seek regime change is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. Here.
Okay, so this is the what's the name? The statement, the resolution. Okay, is a willingness to intervene and to seek regime change is key to American policy that benefits America. That's quite a specific thing. It's not just like, oh, America shouldn't, America should be this involved or that involved. It's like, it's actually talking about intervene. It's regime change, like actually seeking regime change. So they've gone more specific. They've given a specific one, so I think that's fine. Not that. Hey Sherry, not that Bill really. Bill does not seem to have prepared. He just talks. And but it seems like Scott. No. Sorry said something to me. Okay. I have to every now and then. This stream is such a change of pace from Matt's. Yeah, well, it's morning here. We are not talking about drunken stories. Chat, USA libertarians like to say they are anti-war, but their party is for sale and they're for money in politics and a system that keeps a war of economy in place. Okay, so we've got some anti-libertarians, I suppose, in chat. But yes, let's keep going. So, a willingness to intervene and to seek regime change is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. So that's quite a huge claim. Like, it's like they have to be willing to intervene. Okay, which, okay, fine, willing to intervene. I don't know what intervention, we would have to define intervention a little bit more. But then to seek regime change is like, yeah, okay, that's proper meddling. Okay, like we're going to change your government. And it is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. That's like, so in order to benefit America, we have to be an interventionist. That's what it's trying to say. And I think that's pretty easy to debunk. Like you could just, if you try and outline or some benefits of not intervening, then that benefits America. It's a matter of perspective. So they just won't want to be left. Libertarians want to be left alone. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone has a price or a vice. This is true. So yeah, that is the thing that they are arguing the whole time. So just keep it. I don't know. Let's give it a nice fat border. Just so everybody knows that this is what we're arguing. Okay. And let's go to the first person to talk is Bill. Kristol opening, right? His opening, it's bad, guys. Just as I remember it, he just talks. It's like he's got a couple notes there, and then he debunk. Debunk is not Canadian. It is V from it's Romanian. It's from Romanian TV. My favorite YouTuber. So, sorry, no, Zax is my favorite YouTuber. Okay, yeah, his opening. Let's see. Let's do you here. Copy style. Okay. Okay, and let's go. And okay, so I'm not going to be doing his. This is not a transcript level at this point, I don't think. When we get to conversation, to the Q&A parts, maybe we'll get a bit more in depth. But right now, it's listen and then give the ideas. Racismus is also a V term. Yes, racismus, sexismus, yeah, communismus. All of the just make everything sound Latin, and you go with me in V. Okay, so let's let it go. So yeah, note, we are not going transcript level at the moment, but I might need to copy paste transcript in order to make sense of, especially when we get to Scott. I'm gonna have to copy paste a lot.
Here to defend the resolution, Bill Kristol. Bill, please come to the stage.
Okay, I'm actually going to say defending the resolution. Okay, so he is defending it. He is trying to say it is key to a good foreign policy. He is obviously for interventionism.
Here to oppose the resolution, Scott Horton. Scott, please come to the stage.
Everybody applaud.
Connor, please close the voting. The voting is now closed. And Bill Kristol, there'll be a timer in front giving you signals. You have 17 and a half minutes to defend the resolution. A willingness to intervene and to seek regime change is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. Take it away, Bill.
Yeah, he's got 17 and a half minutes to do this, and he just like, hey, and you know what, he spends like the first 5 minutes, and I'll note that he just spends a few minutes saying, what's the name, like talking about New York. Intro. Like, I don't know, a few minutes talking about New York. Listen to this.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Gene. It's good to be here back on the Upper West Side, not in Soho, even though it's misleadingly called the Soho Forum, I guess, or maybe it once wasn't Soho. I grew up less than a mile from here at 81st Riverside, so I remember this.
This is 1.5. He grew up less than a mile. He's such a politician. Like he takes a politician stance here. Okay, listen to him go.
This is where we're 95th and Broadway. I remember 96th and Broadway. I used to come and play pool and ping pong in some now destroyed, kind of old-fashioned guys and dolls type place that made me think I was really in touch with America there. I was an Upper West Side kid. So I have fond memories of this corner, fond memories of the Upper West Side. But in any case, apart from being back in New York, thank you for having us for this discussion. I think it's an important time to have a discussion about foreign policy. It hasn't been front of mind, honestly, since people like me who are concerned about democracy around the world found ourselves more concerned about democracy at home for the last 4 or 5 years and still concerned about it. I think they are connected, however. I do want to...
Okay, so we've got him. He did the thing. Foreign, Bill Kristol. Thank you. Soho, blah, blah, blah. So he uses his time over here. It's like he uses some time to... It makes me feel like he is a politician. This is... Thank people for coming around and talk about New York. Weird. Not weird. Well, it's like very comparatively politician-like. Okay, and then I'll just want to put this as commentary. New York, Connecticut, and what else? Used to blah blah, guys and dolls, fond memories, blah blah blah. So he thinks I think it's an important time to have a discussion about foreign policy. It hasn't been front of mind. I don't think since people like me who were concerned about democracy around the world found ourselves more concerned about democracy at home for the last 4 or 5 years. You see, this is not really an argument yet. He's just talking about how people approach foreign policy. Let's go back. I just want to hear it again. If there's anything I feel like I need to note here.
I want to thank all for the last people like me who are concerned about democracy around the world. A discussion about foreign policy. It hasn't been front of mind, honestly, since people like me who are concerned about democracy around the world found ourselves...
Just a reminder, this is 3 years ago.
...more concerned about democracy at home for the last 4 or 5 years and still concerned about it. I think they are connected, however. I do want to thank all of you for coming who are here and those of you who are...
So he did at least say democracy at home and democracy around the world are connected. Okay, we've got that idea.
Watching it at home, I apologize, but I was going to say I feel bad that you all have to wear masks, but it's prudent, I suppose.
Like he's talking about masks here. He's using the opportunity to say, look, lockdown is okay.
And it's good that you're vaccinated, so it's nice that we don't have to, when we're speaking up here, do so, I've got to say. So, the resolution, as Jean said, I'll just cut to the chase here.
Yeah, please cut to the chase after. I know it's not that long, but still, I found it like you're timed, so you don't need to thank people thank people for coming and all of that stuff. The moderator can do that.
I know you want to have a substantive discussion, and I do too. Willingness to intervene to seek regime change is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. I think this is correct. I think.
Like, have you been to a debate? I think this is correct. So well done. I'm gonna do this and say he goes, this is correct. This is correct. I guess that's the that's what you do. You say whether you support or whether you support or reject the support or reject the what's the name resolution. I suppose that's what you're gonna do. This is correct. So there we go. We've got his argument, guys. Pack it up. We're done.
I would notice that it says a willingness to intervene. Doesn't mean you have to intervene everywhere. It doesn't mean they haven't been ill-advised interventions, but a...
Okay, so this is correct. Willingness doesn't mean sorry, it's just going to more I think this is correct. I would notice it says a willingness to intervene doesn't mean you have to intervene. You have to. intervene in everything, everywhere. So he is kind of dialing a little bit back. It's not like just we intervene in everything, and it doesn't mean there haven't been ill-advised interventions. So he's already conceding that there have been ill-advised interventions. So there's bad ones. Let's go here. There have been doesn't mean ill-advised interventions, because one of the things that he basically goes for is to say intervention is messy and sometimes it goes wrong and sometimes it goes right. He's not gonna. It doesn't seem like he's arguing it's always right, but it's something that America should be involved in. And also he seems to obviously toe the line of, oh no, America is for freedom and it's for the rest of the world benefits and whatever, like, you know, the kind of rose-tinted glasses version of America, where it's like, yeah, they're just bringing freedom to everyone. Okay, doesn't mean, and that's why they're doing it. It's out of the goodness of their own heart, which I think is Daisy's got poop zoomies, sorry, which I think is it's been lost on people. They're not thinking about the goodness of America's heart anymore. Okay, intervene, which implies defense, willingness to intervene, which implies, okay, so hold on. Doesn't mean there haven't been ill-advised interventions. See, he's just all over the place with the way he explains stuff. Daisy, is there a poop stuck on you? Are you running around my house with poo dangling? Let me just... Okay, no, her butt's cool. Her butt's clear. We're good. Bringing freedom. Yes, I hope you did write down that she's got poop zoomies. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Sorry, ill-advised. He does... Oh my god! Daisy! She just jumped off the shelves up there. Could you just relax? You guys heard that, right? Is she talking to Matt's ex? Oh, why? Did Matt have... No, she's up there again. Daisy! I think she fell off, guys. Stop pooping love. Stop. Why are you giving Daisy crack? No. Poop zoomies are like crack. Her butt is clear, guys. It's clear. I checked. She's busy cleaning herself. She's a quacker. Okay, guys. No, Daisy. She is okay. She's fine. But I think... How did... You didn't even do that. What? Like, I didn't give her crack? No. This is poop zoomies. Guys, do you not know what poop zoomies is? It's actually... Humans actually get a form of poop zoomies. Because it stimulates a nerve or something. Okay, anyway, enjoy. Go and look it up. Human poop zoomies. She had to shake the poop off with a good... No. Okay, it's not there. There's no poop around me, guys. Okay. Anyway. It's never a dull moment with my Daisy, dude. Okay. He was busy saying before Daisy, I'm not looking up. Yeah. Go and look. Poop zoomies. That's what Max's ex-girlfriend had. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so I can only imagine the story that has been told, that Matt must have told for you to think of that. There's so many different... Anyway. Okay, okay, so intervention implies... Look all over the place, okay? Intervention implies defense treaties, commitments, with to allies. That's it. This is how he talks. So
Willingness. I think this is correct. I think I would notice that it says a willingness to intervene. Doesn't mean you have to intervene everywhere. It doesn't mean they haven't been ill-advised interventions, but a willingness to intervene, which implies defense treaties, commitments to allies, forward basing of troops, probably all the characteristics of the post-1945 post-war order.
it's just whatever comes to mind. He's just saying, oh, it seems like. Sorry, willingness to intervene implies commitments to allies, and then he actually explains it as forward basing of troops. Actually, we could make this into implies this defense, commitment, forward basing truth. Okay, so here we go. Isn't this the porno music one? Commitment to allies and forward basing of troops. Okay. And he calls it the characteristics of probably all the characteristics of the post-1945 post-war order. Okay. And obviously, not people that are against interventionism think that's a relic and it's not necessary anymore. Okay.
I do think is key to a safer world. Key to
a safer world. He just says he's just actually restating the really rewording the resolution. It's key to a safer world. So he's not explaining how.
A freer and more prosperous world, and a willingness to seek regime change, mostly peacefully, obviously, is key to a more democratic world, countries with democracies, with self-government, and with political and civil liberties. How to do that?
Okay, I do think it's key to a safer world, key to a free and more prosperous. Okay, so it's we could say key. Key. And then we've got to a safer world, to a more prosperous world, willingness to seek regime change, mostly peacefully. Okay, he does say mostly peacefully. Okay, is key to a more democratic world. So willingness to seek regime change mostly peacefully is key to a more democratic world. Okay. Oh my goodness. I have a very important request here. Just hold on. Oh, visa things, admin things. Okay, on it. Okay, I need to pause, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm going to do a BRB. This is an emergency. I need to take a selfie. Hang on, let me take a selfie. There you go. So, sorry about this, guys. Usually, I take a break a little bit earlier. I mean, a little bit later. But here you go. Enjoy. Okay, I think it's good. I think it's fine. I might have to do it again, but let's see. Poop zoomies. Yeah, that's what I went to do, guys. I went to go and get some poop zoomies. I ran around. What are we having? I want a snack too. Should I get pancakes? No. Because then we'll definitely need to retake all my selfies. We'll be looking different. Okay. Strawberry cake. Oh, nice crab feeder. Chocolate. Oh. I need to... You're making spaghetti carbonara? Oh. Nice. Okay, you guys. Thanks for making me hungry. I'm trying to, you know, talk about geopolitics here, but go off with your pasta and your chocolate. Okay, I'm not getting confirmation here. Okay, willingness to seek regime mostly peacefully. So he says peacefully. For a democratic world, cool.
That gets complicated, and I'll talk about that a bit too. With political, is key to a more democratic world, countries with democracies, with self-government, and with political and civil liberties. How to do that gets complicated, and I'll talk about that a bit too.
How to do that gets complicated, okay.
But I think the fundamental point, the willingness to stand with allies, the willingness to intervene if necessary, usually the willingness provides a deterrence. Occasionally it has to happen. A willingness to articulate that people deserve to live in freedom and that we should do our best to help them. And occasionally, if they're being oppressed sufficiently or if they're being invaded by others, we'll even act to help them, I think is key. And
that's all he's done. You see that? You see what he's done here? Okay, so you see the resolution here? It says key. Okay, change the regime and to seek regime change is key to an American foreign policy that benefits America. All he's saying is the resolution again, and he keeps getting this key word in there. So he's just taken some notes and gone, oh, okay, that's key. I think it's key. And he looks down and he goes, I think it's key. And he kind of like, and then he makes different arguments later on, or more in-depth ones later on in his speech. So I feel like he just was not prepared for this. He didn't prepare anything. He thought about it on the way in. That's my understanding. So let's see what else he said here. Do you think it's key to a safer world, key to a freer, more prosperous world, willingness to seek regime? So he's saying that the resolution there, willingness to seek regime change mostly peacefully, obviously, is key to a more democratic world. So he said key. Countries with democracies, with self-government, and with political civil liberties. How we do that gets complicated, and I'll talk about it too. Okay. It seems like he wrote that as a point, and then he was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. How to do what gets complicated, I'll talk about it a bit too. But I think the fundamental point, the willingness to stand with allies, the willingness to intervene if necessary, that willingness provides a deterrence. Okay, so at least he says willingness to provide a deterrence. Okay, willingness to, let's go here. Willingness to stand with allies provides a deterrent. So he's saying that, oopsie. It provides a deterrent to, I suppose, non-democratic things. Occasionally it has to happen, a willingness to articulate that people deserve to live in freedom. So willingness to articulate, which that goes along with Scott's argument. Scott's argument is that you can articulate that people deserve to live in freedom through your own example, through being America. You don't have to go and bring it to other people. You can say, hey, this works for us. You know how you become wealthy and amazing like America? Oh, you give your people freedom. That's basically what he wants you to do. It's a deterrent. Here, countries with articulate. So he just says you got to articulate it. Okay, well, cool, and we can help them out sometimes. He'll talk about, and that we should do our best to help them. And occasionally, if they're being oppressed sufficiently, or if they're being invaded by others, we'll even act to help them. Okay. Help people who are being oppressed. Help people who are being invaded. Okay, that's just it. He's kind of just explaining what interventionism is. Okay.
And I think such a policy benefits America directly, but it also benefits the world, which in turn.
So he just goes, I think the policy benefits America. So again, just restating the resolution. Okay. Such a policy benefits America directly, but also benefits the world, which in turn benefits America. So that's basic. This is basically all of his argument, which is he just says the resolution. It's correct, and then he just explains the resolution. Cool, we're good here.
Turn benefits America. So that's my core argument. It's a pretty straightforward argument. I honestly think it's pretty, I think it's correct, obviously.
Guys, did you know that what you got to do when you're making a debate is just say you think it's correct? Okay? So always be sure that when you're making a debate in your opening statement, say you think it's correct. Okay?
I mean, the key judgment people have to make is, what do you think of the post-1945 world order?
Okay, this is at least something he's going to say. He's trying to bring us to, okay, what is the utility of this? What's the alternative if we don't have this? Okay. This debate took place 4 months before Putin invaded Ukraine. Did US arms and funding help save lives or prolong an inevitable loss? I don't know. I don't know how he would characterize it. So he goes here. That's the core. It's pretty straightforward argument. Yeah, he's just asserting that it's good. He just says this good, and that's the argument. Post 1945. So he says, what do you think of the post 1945 world order? So I think that could even just be a topic, a main topic. Oopsie. If we just make it a circle, that's basically where a jumping off point he wants to make. But for me, I do want to put a note here and be like, just this would be inviting us to understand understand what the alternative is. Reminding us what it has done for the world. That's putting the best foot forward, for like best spin on it, on what he's saying. Okay.
If you think, as I do, that on the whole it has been a good thing, that if you compare it with the preceding 45 years, it's undoubtedly produced a world more peaceful.
So he compares it with the preceding 45 years. So he says preceding 45 years, and then he's like, wait a second, there's a lot more than 45 years since then. he's talking about the 45 years in the war. Sorry. Compare with the preceding 45 years, it produced more peaceful, more prosperous, more free, greater social liberties for all, terrible problems. Compared to the half century. Okay, so compared to the preceding 45 years, it's led, so interventionism, and he's basically restating it, has led to, because he said these things up here earlier, has led to undoubtedly produced a world more peaceful, more prosperous, more free, greater social liberties for all. Okay. Okay. So it's better than the war years. Okay.
More prosperous, more free, greater social liberties for all of the terrible problems. But compared to the preceding half century, I think you have to say this has been a good half century, a good 70 years or so.
So compared to the preceding has produced, it's been a good 70 years. Relatively good 70 years or so. That's what he's talking about. By comparison.
By comparison. All these things are by comparison. And the key to the success, economic successes, successes in life expectancy, successes in political freedoms, success in just keeping the peace, success in not having another use of nuclear weapons.
Okay, so that is a major thing. It's like, guys, we haven't had another use of nuclear weapons. That's pretty cool. I'm happy with that. I'm also happy with that. People forget that. I think you kind of go, oh, it's fine. It's like, no, but maybe it's because we're all always on edge that the next nuclear thing is gonna happen tomorrow, especially these days. 71 years since the US good times for North Korea, eh? Okay. So hold on. So comparison, all these things are about comparison. I just want to see here. He's talking about successes, right? We got economic, life expectancy, political freedoms. These are just ideas. You're not giving me exact things, and that's one of the more powerful things that Scott does, is he gives you exact examples. So he's not saying we brought this freedom to these people. He's just like, we have political freedoms, and we didn't, have to work the dogs and go to bed. Love you all. Goodbye. Good night, Lucy. Say hi to the doggies for me. Okay. These successes really depend on America led. So he's just like, listen, if America leads the world, we have success. Just keeping the peace. Okay, so he's talking about keeping the peace. I think people are dissatisfied with the amount of peace that there is in the world. But when you do consider the alternative, you could be happy. You could go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess we haven't had more nuclear war. We haven't had nuclear fallout. That's great. I guess we're good. When that's the alternative. Political freedom, success, just keeping the peace. Yes. Okay, keeping the peace. Not having another use of nuclear weapons since 1945, obviously, except for tests. Okay, I think that's pretty convincing for me when I think of nuclear stuff. But then again, some would argue that the tensions that America creates could lead to nuclear weapons being used. Kristol is a sleepy rat. Go back to sleep and never mind the forever walls. Night, lovers. Sleep well. Okay. 1945, those statistics really depend on. So all of this, over here, if we just go, whoopsie, all of this depends on America. And America led world order. And this is where that, that better the devil you know, I suppose, maybe comes in. Because it's like, yeah, okay, we know what an America-led world order looks like. What's another kind of world order? Okay. Which in turn depended on a core defense structure, the foreign policy structure. Okay.
In anger since 1945. Those successes really depended on this American-led world order, which in turn depended on a core defense structure, foreign policy structure, national security structure, of which the U.S. was the keystone. I think it's actually a great achievement. Historians will look back on the post-1945 first Cold War order and then post-Cold War, even post-9/11 for the last 20 years, and say, underappreciated at the time, lots of challenges at the time, lots of mistakes at the time. But compared to what? Compared to what?
Okay, so that's basically the whole idea, the whole comparing to what? Historians, sorry, I need to look at this. I think it's actually a great achievement. So again, we're going to the successes part. Achievement. Okay, historians will look back on post 1945, first Cold War order, and then post Cold War for the last 20 years, and say underappreciated at the time. Lots of challenges, which is very easily. That's such a politician thing to say. Lots of challenges. Oopsie. At the time, lots of mistakes at the time. Now, obviously, what Scott does is goes into those mistakes, and that's what makes it seem a lot more compelling than what this guy's talking about. This guy's waffling. Mistakes at the time, but compared to what? Compared, and I think that's a place that some people. Hey Theo, I think that's a place that some people feel secure. Is that they're like, well, at least I know what the world is like when America is the superpower, but I don't know what happens when America moves back, when America withdraws. Who takes up that space afterwards?
One of the most important things in life, but I say especially in foreign policy, is not taking for granted that bad things, very bad things sometimes, did not happen. So
yeah, okay. Compared to what? This is actually kind of a thing that relates to what Hank's channel, actually a guy from Hank's channel, what he was saying about the tragedy of prevention. The tragedy of prevention is you don't know how many people were actually saved. You don't see that because you can only see when a negative has happened. So, for instance, they talk about, he's made a video about, what's the name, vaccines, or another reference he does is better maternity care, because they've got, they've opened up something in Sierra Leone that helps women give birth, right? So he's like, you don't see how many of those people are saved because you only see the ones that die. So prevention, that's the tragedy of prevention that he has. He obviously says it a lot more eloquently. So compared to what? So he just goes, yeah, it's nice and convenient. You can just be like, look, you things would have been worse. And I the thing is, I agree. I don't know. That's another thing about history. It's like, yeah, we can. I think Douglas Murray was trying to say that you can go back in history and say this could have been done. This could have been done. But you really don't know what could have happened.
That's pretty,
and that's nice and that's convenient. I know. bad things sometimes did not happen. So that's the thing compared to what? Bad things did not happen. Sometimes bad things did not happen, and I think that that's maybe historians are a little bit more immune to that sort of thing, where they realize, yeah, shit always happens. It's just the level that you're in.
Pretty easy to look at the world and see particular instances of
Theo Kitty had poop zoomies. Oh, Kitty's cat. Okay, thank you. Daisy had poop zoomies. Yes.
failure, particular places things could be better, particular things that one wishes one had done differently in retrospect. But if you step back and say, all in all, what does one think of this post-World War II liberal order, global order that we have undergirded? I think.
Oh, he also, another word, undergirded, is his favorite. He will continue to say undergirded. There's no need. There's no shame. Poop zoomies are good. That's not diarrhea. It's just that she has energy after she takes a poop.
One has to say, as I say, peace, prosperity, but also think of the things that didn't go wrong, the things that didn't happen. And, the Soviet Union did not.
The Soviet Union. Okay, so here's an example. Soviet Union.
Prevail in the Cold War. Liberal democracy spread intermittently and with some setbacks in the last 15 years, but to countries where it hadn't been before, prosperity was expanded massively. I mean, the achievement of helping hundreds of millions, I guess billions of people come out of poverty, especially in East Asia, obviously, in Southeast Asia, and China and India and surrounding countries.
Okay. What Scott means there, the Soviet Union did not prevail. What do you mean, Emir? Oh, don't mean what Scott means. Don't miss what Scott means there. Okay, yep, neocons do have their roots in Trotsky. Okay. Liberal democracy spread intermittently. Some setbacks in the 15 years. So he does acknowledge the mistakes. Some setbacks. Okay. Scott will point out these, or can, these things, these setbacks in gruesome detail, which makes his arguments more then this makes it seem like Bill is minimizing is euphemizing. yeah, softening. Minimize. Sorry. Minimizing lost lives to mistakes. Okay, it's a lot easier to say that than to say, oh, well, yeah, lots of people died and oopsie poopsie. Okay, undergirded, blah blah, setbacks and loss, prosperity was expanded. Oh, he does do this prosperity thing. Prosperity and vaguely says expanded, and then he just says, oh, okay, now I have to email, sorry, BRB again, but I guess I can just you guys. Okay. Picture. Sorry, I've got to do stuff while I'm speaking to you guys. Where do how do I send stuff? Oh, I have to say, sorry, no, my shoulders are, my shoulders need to be covered. Okay, guys, I need to BRB again. You guys can just, the mods know they can provide the context. Good night, Amir. Okay, I need to step out again. I'm sorry about this. BRB again, but enjoy the music. Right. Wardrobe change, everything changed. Hopefully with that we're done with that for today. Pain in the ass. Admin things that I have to do to stay alive. Okay. Ooh. Let's get back on track. I'm so sorry, everybody. But I'm sure you guys are having lively discussions in chat in any case. Such a girly move. Yes, I put on one of my husband's t-shirts. That's a girly move. But yes, this is very comfy actually. I'm quite happy with it. Fashionista kitty, yeah. Wee. Okay. There we go. Let's get back into it. Okay, prosperity expanded, and he gives us this vague thing, massively, the achievement of helping hundreds of millions, I guess billions of people come out of poverty. Okay, so that's America, guys. Prosperity expanded. people out of billions of people out of poverty. He says he supposes billions. It's giving fashionista. Especially in East Asia. So that's it. That's East Asia, obviously in the Southeast Asia. So it just goes East Asia, Southeast Asia, China, just throws them out there. Was it the government that made her change or her husband? You will never know. China, it wasn't for the stream, but I had to change. Southeast Asia, China, and India. India and surrounding countries. Okay, first of all, guys, I am going to capitalist Southeast Asia. My ID photo is gonna look so funny, guys. I honestly look like I'm like this. So anyway, I would like to nourish myself. So I'm just getting something here. Shall I get waffles? No. We're gonna get something healthy. Very known for their free markets. Okay. What? There's an error? Oh, disable. Okay, VPN, sorry. Okay, let's listen in a little bit
Does
more.
not happen without the undergirding of this American-led liberal global order.
He loves this word undergirding, so then and I need to put it here, okay? None of this happens without the undergirding of America. It's the phrasing that he goes with and he returns to every now and again.
So it's their achievement. It's mostly an economic achievement, but their achievement depends, I think, on a general world in which they are not fighting wars every 10 or 20 years, as they certainly were before that in East Asia.
So it's just like, okay, because they're not doing wars, because they're not. So actually, this has to be here. It is in relation. None of this happens without the undergirding of America. Countries are not fighting wars every 20 years, so they develop. Okay, so they can develop. They get peace from America. I'm just trying to get some foodies. Oopsie. 10 years of InstaShop, guys. Cool. Which is basically Uber Eats, Uber everything. Come on. Okay. There we go. Sorry guys. Worst. Mango Madness. Do you guys want mango? Coffee and tea. Let's play.
Asia and elsewhere. It depends on a free trade and free movement of capital and ability to learn lessons in terms of international economics, which in turn is undergirded by that liberal world order. So we take that for granted as if, well, it was obviously the case that, India, China, all these places were just going to develop in the way they have. It was not obviously the case.
Okay, so if they were left to their own devices, they wouldn't have developed this way. I heard farting wars too. What? Farting wars? Okay, interesting. One more thing. So I want to write here. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted, but we're getting flatulation. Dom. Okay, whoopsie. That's not what I wanted. Countries are not fighting every 20 years, so they develop. Well, there was something here. It depends. General. Oh yes. I think it's basically this. If it's taken, well, these countries wouldn't develop towards freedom without America. Okay, so America is the guiding light, and they would have stayed tyrannical.
Hadn't happened before, and I don't think we can count on
Joseph Al-Kabul said, fighting farting wars. There you go. I don't like fighting farting wars. Do you? There we go. Sorry, I'm getting digestive biscuits. I think everybody needs a digestive. Those are light ones. Interesting. They are an extra dirham. Okay, good. Hey, Ronnie. Fart economy. Okay, guys, stop this. You're making fun of my accent. Which is fine. It's funny. I know. Okay, cool. So, America, nothing new here.
it having happened. If we had withdrawn from the world as we had done in 1918, or as we had done prior to 1914 in certain ways, but we certainly couldn't count on it being sustained.
Free movement, capital, ability to learn lessons. All these places were just going to develop the way they have. It's not obviously the case. It hadn't happened before, and I don't think we can count on it having happened if we had withdrawn. So if they can't count on it. That's another thing that's convenient, is you can say, you see, look how well everyone did because of us. Because you don't know how bad things could have gone. Can't count on happened if America had withdrawn from the world. So he is characterizing, he is also saying interventionism is the opposite of isolationism. So, there's always something that needs to be fine. Okay, there you go. Next. Are we done? Are we fucking done? Okay. My favorite economist is Bobo the monkey. Okay, so can't count on it having happened in America, drawn from the world. So it's either withdraw or completely intervene. That's what it seems like. It seems like we have to be completely withdrawn, or we have to be all the way in. Okay.
We had a pretty good liberal world order until 1913, 1914, but it turned out not to be reliably enough.
Okay, I think he goes, here, we had happened if we had withdrawn from the world as we had done in 1918, or as we had done prior to 1914. In certain ways, we certainly couldn't count on it being sustained. So, without America, the world's order, the liberal world order isn't sustained. Because we've got because when they withdrew in 1914, we had a pretty good liberal world order in 1913. Pretty good liberal world order. America withdraws, then 1914. Not reliably enough. See, there's our favorite word, undergirded there. So we've got Douglas with his weird, and we've got Bill with his undergirded. It falls flat the way he's saying it, though. Good Lord.
Undergirded, I think we have provided a kind of ability to sustain that kind of liberal world order that didn't exist before, and that is really not something to be taken for granted, and not something to be whose importance can be slighted.
I'm still not getting it. Like you gotta be a bit more like the world needs America kind of thing, and you're just saying, yeah, it's very important, you know. I think you could spend some time saying how horrible the world would be if other people led it.
Intervention is messy. There have been good
Okay, so this is one of the main things that he started off with. He does say there were mistakes. So intervention is messy. Let's go here. Intervention is messy. Okay, so he's giving us that at least. So he's like, yeah, I know it's not perfect, which is it works. It's a good argument. I know it's not perfect. Yeah, shit happens is an argument, guys. Okay, so yeah, let's see how he does not give us any precise understanding. He just kind of throws out some names and you're supposed to just understand. So let's see.
Interventions, in my opinion, they've been obviously ones that didn't go well, that were problematic, and I think the verdict will be mixed. There have been ones that have been mistaken. The earliest ones, Korea and Vietnam.
Okay, so they've been vertically mixed. There's ones that didn't go well, interventions that didn't go well. Okay, that were problematic, and that there have been ones that have been mistaken. Okay, and he goes, didn't go well. Let's put here mistaken. I think that he will go to the mistaken one when it comes to the, obviously the weapons of mass destruction. But the earliest ones, Korea, Vietnam. Okay, so he gives us the earliest. Korea and Vietnam, cool.
Were by far the most costly for us. Korea may be necessary.
Korea and Vietnam. Most costly for us. I guess if he didn't have as astute an opponent, this would be okay. The fact that he brought up parts where interventionism didn't work, he's conceding it. But the way that he does it, it doesn't protect him against the in-depth description that Scott goes through of how badly these mistakes were handled. Okay. Part of Korea may be necessary, certainly part of the outcome of that very successful, booming free country.
Certainly part of the outcome were by far the most costly for us. Korea may be necessary, certainly part of the outcome of that.
So I think he's saying part of the outcome. Korea, so he's talking about South Korea, I suppose, is a not, he says obviously not a happy story for North Korea at all, but he goes, outcome is a very successful, booming free country. South, and then he says, yeah, it's not a very happy ending for BT Dub, not a very happy ending for North.
A very successful, booming free country, but not so happy story obviously in North Korea at all.
Whoopsie, not so happy a story in North Korea at all. Okay, so cool, more of the mistakes. Booming country.
Vietnam, a much less successful, obviously, intervention. The subsequent ones, one could go through them. And
okay, one can go through them. That's exactly what Scott does. you don't do it. Vietnam is much okay, so he goes Vietnam is much less successful. Okay, and you can go through it. Well, that's the thing, you don't go through it. Okay, Vietnam, less successful intervention. The subsequent ones, we could go through them and try to weigh them. I'm sure everyone's interested in Iraq, so he goes, okay. So let's see. He goes Iraq. I'm sure everyone's interested in Iraq, yeah, because you supported the Iraq.
Try to weigh them. I'm sure everyone's interested in Iraq, which I was a strong supporter of, and remain a qualified, I would say, supporter of. Obviously, we're wrong about weapons of mass destruction, so that's
oopsie. I thought that was hilarious. Obviously, we were wrong about weapons of mass destruction. It's really, really hard to add that into your argument and just be like, like he reminded us of it, so thank you. I really appreciate it. We were wrong about the weapons of mass destruction. Oopsie poopsie. This is, I mean, you have, I guess you can't ignore it. Can't ignore this fact. So I suppose he's trying. Get over it. Like, oopsie poopsie, we do get things wrong sometimes.
we would not have gone to war if we had known they weren't there. But still, I would say that
we wouldn't have gone to war if we knew they weren't there. Okay, so just being clear, we wouldn't have gone to war if they weren't there. We had known they weren't there. Okay, so just so you guys know, if we had known, if we hadn't made a mistake, okay.
the light
Night crab feeder.
in which we went to war in Iraq was, for me at least personally, I won't speak for anyone else.
Oh, so he calls it the light. So like the spirit. So it was the spirit in which we went to war, guys. The light in which we went to war in Iraq was, for me at least personally, I won't speak so personally for him,
The experience after the Cold War of Saddam invading Kuwait, for me at least personally, I won't speak for anyone else. The experience after the Cold War of Saddam.
You didn't finish. You said the light. Okay, so you're talking about the light in which we went to war in Iraq. So I guess it's the light is in the post-Cold War. The light in which you went to war in Iraq. I'm trying to follow your sentence structure. The light there was, for me at least, that's aside. Personally, I won't speak for everyone else. The experience after the Cold War of Saddam Hussein invading Kuwait.
Invading Kuwait, and at least personally, I won't speak for everyone else. The experience after the Cold War of Saddam invading Kuwait.
Saddam invading, okay. Kuwait.
And just, killing literally hundreds of thousands of his own people in the years before that, and after the intervention, when we didn't go and remove him and insist on regime change, we let him hold power, kill people, redevelop some weapons of mass destruction. It turns out we destroyed a lot of those in 1998.
Oh Jesus! So he's telling us the whole story of this of the mass destruction. Saddam put into power by U.S. interventionism. So that is fishmonger. That is obviously Scott's argument, where he's just like America creates these catastrophes so that it can solve them. That's part of the argument he makes. So you're just giving the same information, actually in the same light. But he's like, no. If we didn't intervene, when we step back, we let him have power and then see what happened to him. So he goes, he killed hundreds of thousands of people. Of his own people. Just remember, when you kill people, it shouldn't be your own people. because that is bad. In the years before that, and after the intervention, when we didn't go and remove him and insist on regime change, we let him hold power. He killed people, redeveloped some weapons of mass destruction. But okay, yeah, cool. Before intervention. Then also, he redeveloped. But then we destroyed them in 1998. Turns out, guys, oopsie. Turns out, that turns out thing is pretty funny. The way it minimizes like actual atrocity is funny. Turns out we destroyed a lot of those in that. Turns out, just by the way, whoopsie poopsie. This doesn't bode well for an emotion. Like, you're not making a good emotional appeal here, and death is quite an emotional topic. Turns out, again, casual of failure. This in comparison to Scott's emotional button pushing. Okay. What are we on here?
And then in the Balkans, we did nothing as...
Okay, Balkans. Okay, Balkans, we did nothing. So he's saying sometimes when we don't intervene, look what happens. Okay. Balkans, we did nothing. And when we don't, but I guess the criticism from Scott is, yeah, you claim to be doing stuff for the good of everybody, but there's reasons you don't intervene when it's not going to benefit you. So you pretend that it's about freedom and whatever when it suits you.
Milosevic engaged in ethnic cleansing in Europe. We finally intervened there, and we...
And then in Balkans, we did nothing as Milosevic engaged in ethnic cleansing in Europe. Okay. Okay, and then what? We finally intervened there reasonably successfully. Okay, so it just goes reasonably successfully. That's an easier, just politician way of describing things. Just goes, oh, well, it's successful, I'd argue. And since then, and 20 years, okay?
Reasonably successfully, I would argue. And since then, for 20 years, since 98, 99, after the second intervention in Kosovo, we have not had that kind of slaughter in Europe.
Okay, since 99, that's what he means by successfully, since 99. In Europe, okay?
And we, in fact, achieved an awful lot in Central and Eastern Europe, where there hadn't been too much history of liberal democracy and freedom.
Okay, so he's saying, so he's just going a different, Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe, we achieved a lot in Eastern Europe. That's also very fragmented, a lot in Eastern Europe. Hadn't been of liberal democracy, okay? So they brought democracy to Eastern Europe. Okay.
Some backsliding, unfortunately, in the last few years, and
oopsie, backsliding. Okay, so unfortunately, some backsliding in unfortunate last few years. Okay, in Hungary and Poland and blah blah. Okay, so it's almost as if it doesn't matter. Or what are you trying to say?
And especially in Hungary and a little in Poland, And that just for me makes the case, though, why it's so important that we stay engaged and stay active. And NATO puts a lot of pressure on these countries, incidentally, to maintain their democracies, a lot of incentives for them.
Okay, backsliding, unfortunately, little Poland. Just for me makes the case why it's so important that we stay engaged and stay active. Okay. Stay engaged. Intervention is messy, but we must stay engaged and stay active. NATO puts a lot of pressure. Okay. Important to stay engaged. And I think Scott actually uses these words, engaged and whatever. He like calls them out as euphemisms. Important to stay engaged and stay active. NATO puts a lot of pressure, and of course, this is eventually Scott writes a book called Provoked, where he blames NATO for the whole Ukraine situation. Puts a lot of pressure on countries to maintain their democracies. Okay, cool. Still very considering what I know comes next from Scott. This is very vague, and it's all over the place.
Not to slide back, the fact that we have enemies like Putin, or opponents like Putin, who've grown up, again, for me, makes the case for that fundamental willingness to assume our role in the world.
Okay, so we have leaders like Putin equals we need to take up our rightful place. I sent it. Oh my gosh. Later. Oh goodness. Sorry, I'm today is not a good day. Like the phone has not stopped. Okay. How dare people speak to me? How dare they? A lot of pressure on countries to maintain their democracies. Cool. I'm busy trying to solve world war and stuff, okay? Come here and speak to me. What do you know? Okay. The fact that we have enemies like Putin. Okay, so there we go. Putin. Like Putin make the case. He says it makes the case. Obviously, Scott would say it doesn't. Okay. Anyway, admin, get over it. Backsliding includes Brexit, which he considers populism, and populism is authoritarian for reasons. Okay.
Not
that Don Kitty. Good people opens a window that Don Kitty channel on Twitch grow. More need to know. Thanks.
To try to pull back.
Appreciate the dual monitoring. Did we win? No, we didn't, because I've had to reply to messages and shit. We have not won. I'm frustrated with his arguments here. It's wishy-washy. Case for pressure and
I mean, I would just say this about interventions without, trying to escape from the difficulty of them.
He's not trying to escape from the difficulty of them, okay?
When I was very much younger, someone made the point that if the Allies had intervened, if the UK and France had intervened in 1936, when Hitler went into the Sudetenland.
Okay, so we've got, for the intervention is messy, now he's got an example. And he goes, when I was much younger, someone made the point that if the Allies had intervened, okay, if the Allies had intervened if the UK and France had intervened in 1936 when Hitler went into the Sudetenland, okay? It would have been a total mess. If they did insist on a regime change, it would have been very difficult in Germany. People would be looking at that 2 years later, okay? Hold on. So, and it would have been a total mess if they'd insisted on regime change, okay?
It would have been a total mess. If they'd insisted on a regime change, it would have been very difficult in Germany. And people would be looking at that.
Okay. They'd insist on it. It would have been difficult for people in Germany. I'm just taking something. Would have been it would have been very difficult in Germany. And people would be looking at that. Okay, what would they be looking and saying?
That 2 years later, or maybe 15 years later, as gee, was that really necessary? And that, you got to be careful when you interview.
Got to be careful. So he's just saying shit happens. It usually, whatever happens in history gets criticized. Okay, but what was said in chat earlier is like, for people, the thing is, people have previously said there's going to be a problem with this and that kind of mistake, and people still go ahead and do it. Gee, really necessary, and that, got to be careful when you intervene. Got to let things play out, okay? Okay.
Intervene, you got to step back, let things play, let things take their course, let things play out. You don't know what would have happened if we hadn't done certain things.
That's what I'm saying is the convenient thing. It really just depends on whether I think the way that you feel with this argument. It depends on how you feel. How comfortable are you with we don't know how it would have gone? How comfortable are you with that? Do you think things would have been better or not? And that means that would determine which part of the argument you're more comfortable with, which side of the argument you are. So we don't know what would have happened if we hadn't done certain things. That's like the most powerful thing you could do with this argument. We don't know, but I don't like the way he makes the argument. I actually do think it's a good argument. It's a valid argument, but he doesn't tackle the inconvenience. He doesn't tackle how convenient it is for us to think that way. What would have happened? We don't know. You don't know what would have happened if we hadn't done certain things. It's just he doesn't address how this is a cop-out. Like, that's a main argument. I need to say this, yeah. Be seen as cop-out or just too convenient. Doesn't really into how things could have been worse in order to emphasize this point. So he doesn't like go and give you examples of, hey, if we had intervened here, this might not have happened and this would have happened and all of that. What's this? Where did that go? I didn't move that. How does that work? Interesting. Copy style. As soon as I paste the style, does it move stuff? That's a glitch. That's not supposed to happen. No, look what it did. Why? These blocks, guys. I don't think you're understanding. These blocks over here just appear. Where were you supposed to go? Are you just floating around there? Interesting. Look, as soon as I change the font, this doesn't make sense. I change the font and then stuff appears. Without America, the letter isn't sustained. Like this just appears? Okay. Where does this even go? Xmind, what's happening? It was something 19. Where is it? No. There we go. I'm just going to put that there because it's just somewhere. If the US intervenes in some conflicts and doesn't in others, doesn't that already prove that it's self-interest, that common denominator here, and not more freedom and human rights? Exactly. That is it. I think that maybe libertarians would be a lot more comfortable with that argument than, oh, it's for everybody's freedom. We're like, no, nobody believes you. And I think that's kind of why they're a little bit more partial to Trump, because he's like, okay, well, fine, what's in it for me? Like, he's at least being honest that what's in it for me if I help you.
We do know what happened in Syria when we did not intervene in 2000.
Okay, so we don't know what happened if we hadn't done certain things, but then he's got an example, which I did say he's got to go give us an example where things were worse, okay? We do know what happened in Syria. We did not intervene in 2011. Then we did, okay? I just don't like the way it's all over the place. It upsets me.
2011, and then 2013 with the red line. In Syria, when we did not intervene in 2011, and then 2013 with the red line. And we know that 500...
With the red line. And then we know
1,000 people have been killed and millions of people.
We know 50,000 people have been killed and millions of people driven from their homes. Okay, so this is he's showing us. This is what happens when America is not involved. The thing is, you could point to both sides. You could point to parts where they had intervened and people died, and they intervened and people are dying on both sides of this equation, as in intervention causes death, lack of intervention causes death. And so yeah, it's just to me, this is why I needed a break yesterday after listening to this, because I was like, I just feel so hopeless. Like this is just, all of this stuff is just so shit and inevitable. And then I'm also like, hey, at least I'm not in control of a country and I don't have to try and figure this shit out. But it makes me sad.
Driven from their homes, the migration crisis, which then destabilized Europe, incidentally, and probably helped the rise.
He brings that up, and so does Scott, okay? Of people which driven from their homes. He goes migration. He brings that up just like, nonchalantly as well. A migration crisis, which I suppose destabilized Europe, incidentally. Probably helped the rise of authoritarian populism elsewhere in the world. So he's like, haha, yeah. I guess that worked, huh? And I guess that's where he kind of gets pissed off with. That's how we got Trump and things. Okay.
Of authoritarian populism elsewhere in the world. So the intervention can have bad consequences. The war in Iraq was fought terribly for the first
Okay, we've got it for the first.
3 years, and
Okay. So intervention can have bad consequences. And it's just like, but we do it anyway. Intervention can have bad consequences. It feels like intervention can have bad consequences and not intervening can have bad consequences. It feels like we're fucked either way. People are fucked either way. That's why I needed to pat my cat yesterday. I needed to just sit with my cat and watch TV because I was confronted with that existential dread. That pain is just inevitable. Intervention can have bad consequences.
I think we did stabilize it by the end of 2008 with the surge, but I'm perfectly...
Can have bad... Sorry, he does say it's... He will... The war in Iraq was fought terribly for the first 3 years. So yeah, you're still not giving us many success stories. You're always giving us the bad stories. It seems like it's shit everywhere. And you haven't explained to us that's part of life, and I don't know, tried to make it. I think Douglas Murray would have done a better job to kind of just get cynical about it and be like, this would have happened anyway. Bad stuff happens anyway. I think you need a Brit to be cynical, I suppose. The war in Iraq was terrible for the first 3 years, and I think we did stabilize it with the surge in 2008. And that's exactly, Scott mentions the surge as a problem, the so-called surge. Okay, I think cool.
Open to the argument that all in all, it would have been better if we hadn't gone in. I think it's hard to know. You can't rerun history backwards. What would it have looked like if Saddam or his kids were in charge? And they...
I'm perfectly open to the argument that all in all, it would have been better if we hadn't gone in. Okay, so open to the argument. Okay, so he's open to that, which is Scott's got that and all other kinds of arguments.
We're developing weapons of mass destruction as they had tried to in the past. We don't know, but I certainly will acknowledge it was not a well-run intervention, and maybe not a well-thought-through intervention.
Okay, so he'll acknowledge it was not cool. That's fine, but can you imagine you lost someone in that war, and you're just like, so what does the guy say about it? Well, he acknowledges it was not a well-run intervention and not a very well thought-through intervention. So that's just it. This compared to you're throwing American lives at international problems argument, it's very weak. Really minimizes the lives lost. Quite casually. Which makes his seem out of touch. Enhances the emotional arguments brought forward by Scott. Because he does, like, Scott brings the facts, of course, but he does word them he does word them in a way that really makes you realize, holy shit face, this was pretty bad. Okay, he doesn't minimize anything. Obviously it works for him. Why would you ever want to think wars through? Yeah, that's a silly idea. Not well thought out. So far, Kristol is defending hypothetical interventions well. Actual ones, not so much. So true. I'm going to put that here. I'm going to put it over here. So far, fishmonger. So far, True interventionism has not been tried. Yes, that's the main idea. Sorry. So far, Kristol is defending hypothetical interventions. Well, actual ones, not so much. Yeah, I feel like he hasn't given me a clear example of an intervention being a good thing. And I think one of the ways around this is to say shit happens. I do honestly think so. I'm sure somebody could do it better than me. But basically, my argument would be, hey, waffle fry, we missed you yesterday. Sorry, that's not what my argument would be. But my argument would be is that we're damned if we do, we're damned if we don't. That's maybe where I would go with this. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. That's as close as we can get. Maybe it's a bit too. It's not a solution enough. It's throwing up your hands. But that's kind of how I roll, guys. I go, oh well, a lot of the time. Hey Rex and Patriots, good to see you guys. Sorry I didn't say hello to you, Rexy. Okay, where are we at? Guys, let's see how fast we're going. 13 minutes in 2 hours. That's pretty good. Come on.
Still, Syria is the counter argument of a non-intervention, and I think.
Okay, so he goes back to the non-intervention. Okay, Syria is the counter argument. To non-intervention. Okay. And I think a lot of people are able to explain Syria away, though. So it's a matter of perspective there. Still, Syria is the counter-argument for non-intervention. I think one has to take the counter-argument at least seriously.
One has to take that counter-argument at least seriously. People like me were very influenced by the experience of the Balkans, and I would say also by the experience of Rwanda in '94.
Okay, Syria. And then he goes Rwanda. I think that's where you could probably land up and go, look, you see, we are blamed for not interfering in certain things. So I guess it's safer not to interfere ever, because then you're not expected to interfere. You're not expected to intervene. You're not expected to intervene. Therefore, you cannot be blamed. If you have to be the world's police, people are going to say, well, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you intervene when you did? So I guess that's where you get the argument of don't ever intervene, because then you just stay damned if you don't. Just stay damned if you don't. Pick one. Hey, Dualies, good to see you. How's it? So Rwanda in '94. I mean that's the closest you could get to an emotional example with this. It's like, yeah, Rwanda happens if America doesn't do stuff. So you want that to happen, huh? And then people have to swallow it, and it seems like Scott does swallow that sort of thing. He's like, yeah, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Like later on in the conversation, part of it, he basically accepts. He's like, yeah, the people women in the Middle East are not going to have freedom. It's not my problem. Basically, he accepts that.
Where at that point we were kind of exhausted. We'd intervened in Somalia in '93. That went badly with Mogadishu.
Okay, so you're still not giving us good examples. He still keeps going. He actually gives us a list after list of things where it didn't go well. I'm waiting. But then he kind of just says, we got some prosperity for other people. Sorry, that's my snacks. This I'm happy to walk away for. Just hold on. Bangladesh happens if America does support its ally Pakistan in the region. Eesh. Okay. So I think everyone just lands up hating America no matter what. Because we've got people that are upset. They want America to continue to intervene in Ukraine. Okay, Rwanda. Okay, he's got Rwanda 94. Then he goes. At a point we were kind of exhausted, and we intervened in Somalia. Intervention 93. See, he's all over the place with his examples. Like, he's supposed to go into Syria, talk about Syria as the counter argument for non-intervention. So it's like, listen, when we don't intervene, stuff doesn't happen. Stuff goes wrong. BRB. Woohoo! Snacks! You guys are gonna be absolutely forked when I have energy. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when I have energy and you are still sleepy? Because I've been sleepy. I'm looking here like you're the camera. Okay. Kitty is my go-to listening at the gym. The black pilling will fuel me. Yes, fight. I'm very black pilled right now, and I want to have. What do you mean? Syria turned out great. They get a terrorist leader as a president now. Yeah, very strong leader. So good. Not a sponsor, but really. Okay, and it's 30% reduced fat, guys. I'm gonna get another coffee because I'm not. This has been tough. I think it is because of the black pilling. I'm just sad. I hate war. But I did this because you guys recommended it and said it was a good one. So we'll continue. They're not pancakes. They're cookies, as you Americans would call them. They're biscuits. Shit. You guys hear my singing to my cats? Didn't Trump say that the new president of Syria had a rough past? I'll say as part Syrian. Sorry, wait. There are digestive biscuits. Yes, doilies. As part Syrian, 100% a criminal terrorist rebranded has assumed power as a puppeteer. Okay. USA as a PR nightmare. In the 21st century, China lifted millions out of poverty, have the fastest trains, and is the #1 economy in the world. But this is more out of kaboom and death. Poop Zumi's defeated! 5-1. Okay. Yeah, they are defeated because the cats are sleeping. Okay, what the fuck is a digestive biscuit? No, you don't. Look, it's this. Can you see? It's a cookie. I'll take one out. The Chinese trains run on time. Yes, I've been on them. Actually, did I go on the train in China? No. Never mind. We had private cars in China. So there is a biscuit. It's just a normal plain biscuit. It had a light biscuit. I got to get some. Well, yeah, I only found out they have a light one now, and they taste so good. They don't taste like, the coffee and cookies. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go and get my coffee so I can dip. Okay, hold up. I like that I'm eating cookies while doolies are doing some gym. Chow down! Okay, one more and then we're done. This is still the same cookie. Can't believe I'm using your guys' terms. Cookie. Okay. Oh, they're so good! They're actually so much better than the freaking chocolate ones. Okay, dipped. Sorry about the coffee break, but we do have another 2 hours to go. So your girl needs to eat. Cookie is so funny to say, yes. Because cookie refers to lady parts. Try not to tap your feet. Oh my god, no. Let her cookie. Cookies is for sure better than digestive biscuits. Yeah, I don't know why they call them digestive biscuits. You don't see the reason for the black pilling? Why not, Joseph? Tell me. No, he hasn't mentioned Israel yet. I don't actually think he does in his own argument. He might in his rebuttal.
Issue, and we just really neither party and almost no one in the U.S. said, "Oh my God, we can't just sit back and watch what happened in Rwanda happened," and 1 million people got slaughtered, and that was preventable. That was
okay. It was preventable. Okay. Preventable by America, basically.
preventable by us and by others, and we didn't prevent it. And I remember 6 years later watching Al Gore and George Bush debate in 2000 on foreign policy, and the anti-interventionist mood was still in the ascendancy. Bush was chastising Clinton for too aggressive a foreign policy. He was promising a more humble foreign policy. And one of the moderators, Jim Lehrer, said, "Well, would you have intervened in Rwanda? 1 million people died there. Wouldn't have taken that much to stop that, or at least to stop some of that." And Bush said, no, we can't just solve everyone else's problems. And Gore, who...
Okay, so we can't solve everyone else's problems. It's a tough stance to take, but when you're an American and you are pro-America, that means that other countries have to sort their shit out. Why is it your responsibility? It's horrible, it's horrific, I know. But I guess it's trying to say that America is the moral arbiter in the world. So America is this upstanding thing, and America letting other people be tyrants is a problem. But you would have to believe in America being this upright nation in any case for that. Okay, Joseph, this is now about the blackpilling, because once you actually come to understand the specific of the nature of the interventions, you realize that not only are we not intervening for the benefit of other peoples, but for a small group. Okay, so it's just you intervening. What intervening? That's bad. Of special interest here and abroad is that they plan these wars and overthrows a long time in advance and conjure excuses in the lead up. And yeah, okay, so that makes me sad. Yes, Kitty, it's the neocon myth that we're very honest about. They were very honest about that in the early days. Bill Kristol and this music, I don't know, it just works. If that was my name, yeah, that's exactly. This was mixed by DJ Kristol. That's it. Okay.
Who certainly didn't agree with that. I think Gore felt very bad that we hadn't intervened. Said, "Oh no, we can't intervene." His political advisors said there was no support for intervention. 9/11 changed that.
Okay. He just uses Al Gore and what was it? Was it Bush? Bush question. in presidential debate, I suppose. Okay, and then he goes, let's see.
that. We went to Afghanistan, I think correctly. Advisors
Yeah.
said there was no
Oh,
support for
9/11 changed it. Okay. Let's see. 9/11 changed it. Okay, so you were supposed to do the Syria counter argument, but you just mentioned it and you didn't go into it. Then you did Rwanda. Okay, and then we go, okay, 9/11 changed, I suppose, the palette for perception of interventionism. But that wasn't intervention, though. That's fighting back, I suppose.
intervention. 9/11 changed that. We went to Afghanistan, I think correctly. Maybe we should have left earlier.
Oh my god, again, he's still not supporting any of these things. He's still like, this is shit. Okay, so we had that was more revenge, yeah. That's why people were, if there were people that were in favor of it, it was because it was like, you attacked us. Fuck you. That's basically it. And I suppose that's kind of what okay, when we get to Scott's stuff, it's not, Scott's arguments are better, but they're also not perfect, because it's just like, well, what do you suggest? How does this really make things better? Because it seems like it's shit no matter what. That's basically where I am at, where it's just like, you're assuming that things will be better. You really are assuming things will be better. Bush intervention is my speciality. Yes, I think that as a sentient dildo, that should be your speciality. Okay. Intervened in Somalia. Okay, where are we at? Oh, no one. People. Okay, no, I'm way back. I'm looking at my transcript. Sorry. Some of that. Okay, we went into Afghanistan, I think, correctly. Maybe we should have left earlier. Maybe he says. Okay, so we went in. So he says we went in correctly. Okay. Should have left earlier. Maybe we should have. So it's nice just to talk about the maybes. Maybe we should have maybe. Oh God, he repeated himself. Left earlier. Okay. Maybe we should at least sort of could have done things differently. So again, we could have done things differently. This kind of thing.
Maybe we could have done some things differently. We then went into Iraq. Those are the two post 9/11 interventions, really. And again,
yes, you're not supporting those. Those are the two post 9/11 interventions. Then we went. You're just saying. Then we went to Iraq. Like, okay, is that an argument? How does this support the? It's just stating. It's like, oh, and then we did this, and then we did this. Yeah, okay, and you need to assign a value to it.
Again, we don't know what the world looks like if we pull out of Afghanistan earlier. I hope it.
Okay, maybe we should have left earlier, but also we don't know. We don't know. Okay. Maybe we should have, maybe we shouldn't have. All of the buts.
Doesn't go too terribly there. Now, I worry about what happens there in terms of the people of Afghanistan. I also worry what happens in terms of regional destabilization in Pakistan and elsewhere.
Okay.
Pakistan's a nuclear power. I come back to the nuclear question. Very few people predicted in 1945, after Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that there would be no use of nuclear weapons for what is it now, 75 years, except for our tests. And
He's going back to the nuclear thing, which I guess you could. It's a good place to go. Sorry about chewing in your ear. So very few people predicted. So it goes back to the nuclear thing. Nuclear peace. Lack of nuclear. He's like, hey guys, it's an achievement we haven't had nuclear war. I guess that is an achievement. We would no use of nuclear weapons. This is a repeat for the last 75 years, except for tests. So you are repeating yourself, sir, and I will mark you down for that. I'm looking for the... There we go, there. There's keeping peace, so there, he's repeated that. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's why you're not letting me. Ta-da! Yay, mankind isn't extinct yet. Thanks, America. Thanks, Obama. I like that meme. I like the thanks, Obama meme. Okay. I think I'm gonna put a waffle fries. Fries comments in there. Yay! Isn't extinct yet. Is that the? It's a. Let's see if it'll put a tongue there. There you go. Emoji in the thingy. Cookie Monster is a blue Muppet character. Children's television show. He is best known for his voracious appetite. And his me want cookie. Well, yeah, I know. Cookie Monster is my spirit animal. Too bad the Cookie Monster is not purple, because purple's my favorite color. Blue is a close second. Okay.
And that's an achievement. And who knows whether we could have been less forward-leaning and stopped other nations from getting nuclear weapons. The reason Japan is not a nuclear power is that there's a U.S.-Japan Defense Pact. And the Defense Pact means willingness to intervene. That's literally what a Defense Pact means.
Okay, so just going more on the... Who knows whether we could have been less forward-leaning and stopped other nations from getting nuclear weapons. But the reason Japan, so he wants to emphasize, the reason Japan is not a nuclear power is because there's a defense pact. And the defense pact means willingness to intervene, so that's why we don't have nuclear powers. Okay. Whew! I don't know, the black pill is getting heavier and heavier in my stomach. I can think of two other reasons. It's anti-nuke.
And the reason South Korea is not a nuclear power is probably that we have troops there.
He says probably as well. He does probably as well, quite quickly. So the reason the reason South Korea is not a nuclear power is probably that we have troops there. Okay. He decided. And see how he's just chilling and talking? He's not prepared for this. He's just riffing.
As well as having a pact with them. And if they both were looking at China and there were no U.S. troops in the region.
If they were both looking at China and there were no US troops in the region, what? Sorry, I'm just closing the cookies.
No U.S. commitments, they would be nuclear. And
Okay. As well as having a pact with them. If they both were looking, so I guess what you could say with these having pacts and things like that is that having the grunt to be an enforcer of such proportions has its benefits for the world, including no nuclear annihilation. But then you have to continue to guarantee no nuclear annihilation, please. So if both were looking at China, okay. We're looking at China, there would be no US troops in the region and no US commitments. There would be nuclear. Okay. Cool. So it helps us keep away from nuclear threat. He could probably explain that to us in a better terms, not just casually, but okay.
you have to then say, what does the world look like? India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. China does. That's dangerous enough. South Korea, Japan, do others decide? I think we just...
And then you have to say, what does the world look like? India, Pakistan, nuclear weapons. China doesn't. That's dangerous enough. South Korea, Japan does. Do others decide? I think we just underestimate the cost. This you could have done. This is his main argument here. I think we just underestimate the cost that would be paid if the US stepped back from its global commitments. This is something you could have really explained. This is something you could help me grasp. But you're kind of just going, yeah, vague, nuclear, and in comparison to what Scott gives us, it's not up to scratch because it's too vague. This is supposed to be your argument. Point of his argument. He gives no concrete explanation or example. He just mentions some ideas. Next to Scott's arguments. This doesn't measure up. It just doesn't. I don't know. Somebody else could probably argue better. Give better historical arguments, but he's just like, yeah, we could have nuclear powers and
underestimate the cost that would be paid if the U.S. stepped back from its global commitments. A couple of quick points in closing. Can we afford to be the global superpower? Yes.
Oh, in closing, this is the he started to consider the counter arguments that some people would have. So the counter arguments would be bad interventions, the bad results of the interventions. He's spoken about those at length, but now he's also like, oh, by the way, I guess people will also argue that we can't afford to have this. We afford to be the world superpower. So like that's it's like a secondary, oops, by the way, this is what my argument's about. And he's like, yes, we can. So basically he's just like, no, we can't afford it. So shut up. And this is funny because 3 years ago, this is 3 years ago. So you know what the economy looks like right now in America.
It costs, I don't know what, can we afford to be the global superpower? Yes. It costs, I don't know what our defense budget is now about, I think, 3.5%, 4% of GDP. Let's just
Okay, it costs, yes. So good, yes. It costs, I don't know what our defense budget is now, but I think it's 3. I think it's 3, which also doesn't help that you don't know it, because you're just not going to look as good as somebody who comes up there with, even if they're telling lies or whatever, they're coming up there with confidence. You're going 0.5% of GDP. Let's just add percent or 2 for intelligence State Department, okay? So he's like, okay, fine. It costs, I don't know.
just add 1% or 2 for intelligence, State Department, all the other costs of being a global power. 5-6%. It's just not.
Oh, okay, guys, 5-6%. It's just not. It's just not worth it. Wait. What do you mean it is worth it? Aren't you supposed to be saying it is worth it?
Not. It's worth it, in my opinion. If other people think it's doing.
Oh, okay. It's worth it, in my opinion. It's worth it. Okay. Because yeah, I was like, that doesn't make sense. So yeah, he's saying you haven't convinced people that it's worth it. That's the thing. This especially will contrast in the one statement that Scott makes later on, where he's like, he quotes someone that says terrorism is a price to pay, is a small price to pay for being a world superpower.
Doing harm to the world, you can make that argument, but it's not that we can't afford it. That is.
Okay, so it's not that we can't afford it. Okay, it's cool. It's not that we can't afford it. Literally, that's the word. It's not that we can't afford it. Some would argue it causes harm to the world, but it's not that we can't afford it. Okay, so he's like, listen, the argument of it causes harm to the world, you can go with that, but hey, the argument against us of not being able to afford it, that's bullshit.
It's just not a really important argument, I think. So we should argue it on the merits, I think, rather than this kind of notion that we're going bankrupt because of the defense budget.
Okay, we should argue about it on its merits. Bankrupt on the defense budget. The thing is, you're going to have to spend that much money as well when you withdraw, and you're not just you have to. I move a lot and is animated in a good way. I do move. Sorry, if you do see me do this, guys, I know it's very weird. I do this, right? It's because I have restless legs, so my legs are always moving. So I do look like I'm shaking a bit, but yeah, it's just my legs. Or my right leg so far. Seems like my right leg is the one that's the culprit today. So if I'm interested on something and I'm focusing on something, my leg is going. So sorry about that. Sorry if it looks weird, because it's like this. Sometimes I see it. So if I watch back, I'm like, do they know what's going on down here? Love it. Good times. Oh yeah, I also go like this with my legs like this. So that's also, I think that's the one that you see the most, is when I do this. I'm bouncing. Okay, cool. Enough. Rather than thinking we're going backward on the defense budget, I think you would still need to spend money to spend a lot when you're removed. But I suppose you would be spending less, still less, when you're just defending your own borders. But it would still be less. Okay, like you would have to make sure that, hey guys, we're still keeping this defense budget. We're still spending on our defense. It's just, let's not, like half as much, Still more than anyone else, You know what? It should, but the thing is, it should, okay? If I was America, I'd stay America. not go and be America around the world, but I would just stay. Like, can you imagine just like, oh no, we're not interested in our military anymore. Greatest military power in the world just chills itself out. What do you think? People will just chill if America chills? Mm-hmm.
Is the national security state been terrible for us at home?
The national security state. Okay, so that he knows that that's a criticism. Okay, has it been in bad? What did he say? Has it been terrible for us at home? Has it, eroded civil liberties? Okay, this is, I suppose, he tries to address the because Scott actually brings this up. He's like, yeah, they're listening to our phone calls and they're this and that. The national security state, he criticizes, but I don't get much of an answer to this. Yeah, listen.
Is it, eroded civil liberties? Is the national security state been terrible for us at home? Has it, eroded civil liberties? It's because it's sort of a cliche that the national security.
Has it eroded? He just asks a question. Has it eroded civil liberties? And then he goes, it's a cliche. It's sort of a cliche that the national security state.
The war is the health of the state, and
war is that. So he just uses the cliche. War is the health of the state. You're not. What if I don't know what you're talking about? Explain yourself.
And it's very dangerous to civil liberties, to freedom, to civil rights. It can be, and there's certainly instances of that at the end of World War.
Oh yes, it can be. So he's like, okay, it can be. It can be dangerous to civil rights. Okay, there's examples of that. So again, he's just conceding all of it and not really sticking with one thing. He's not saying this is a good thing. He's like, yeah, it's good and bad.
World War I, and then of course the Japanese internment, for example, in World War II. But really, the story from 45 to 2015 in the U.S. has been one of.
Okay, 45 to 2015 in the U.S. has been good. He goes civil rights, and then he goes, okay, cool. Internment camps. It seems like he knows these are counter arguments, but he doesn't really address it. Just mentions it. It's kind of like he's like, I know you're going to mention it, so therefore I've stopped you from using it. It's time for me to go. Yes, good night. What happened in 2016, I wonder? So this is how he finishes it off. This is his conclusion. But really, the story from 45 to 2015 in the US has been one of expanding equality, expanding civil liberties, certainly on core civil rights issues. Okay.
Expanding equality, expanding civil liberties, certainly on core civil rights issues, for example, partly spurred in some respects by the fact that we were telling the world they had to be democratic, and then people correctly, communists.
He goes partly spurred, but in some respects by the fact that we were telling the world how to be democratic. Then people, so he's just having a nice conversation here. He's not actually when I say nice conversation, he's just expanding on an idea here instead of actually closing it. He goes, oh, by the way, this is the mechanism that we used here. For example, it was partly it partly spurred in some respects by the fact that we were telling the rest of the world. So when we tell the rest of the world what to do as democratic society, they then they correct us, and then people correctly said, look at the way that you treat, look at the way you African Americans are treated in the US, and that caused us to change. Okay, people correctly asked, treated Americans are you treated in the US? Okay, so criticizing other countries also leads to self-correction. Correction back at home, I suppose, is maybe a bit of the example he's trying to make. Self-correction back at home, I guess. But yeah, he just kind of flounders at the end here.
So it said, what about you? Look at the way African Americans are treated in the US. And that's actually a bit of a spur to improving our country. It's not a reason, obviously, to have the global responsibilities, but I think...
Oh, he says it's not a reason. So, oopsie, sorry. It's not a reason to have a global responsibilities. Not a reason. It's not a reason. Okay.
If you just step back and say, is there less freedom of speech on a ton of issues we care about, freedom of religion, it has not been...
So then why did you bring it up? If this is not a reason, then why bring it up? Seems like he just walked into the point by happenstance. So he didn't bring it up on purpose. Okay.
The case that at least the post-1945 America...
And that was actually a bit of a... And this makes no... This is fragmented to me. It's a dialectic. Listen, he goes here. Listen to this sentence, okay? It's not a reason, obviously, to have the global responsibilities, but I think if you just step back and say, is there less, freedom of speech? Not a ton of issues we care about. Freedom of religion? What are you even fucking saying? He's just saying words. Listen.
Freedom of responsibilities. But I think if you just step back and say, is there less freedom of speech on a ton of issues we care about, freedom of religion, it has not been the case that at least the post-1945 American global presence has led to some kind of erosion of liberty in the U.S. We can argue about the size of government in the U.S. and all kinds of issues.
Okay, so he's it seems like he's taking the what's the name? He knows this argument that's going to be made is that it's actually interventionism, which interventionism then erodes civil liberties back home. He knows this as a counter argument. Tackles the argument of interventionism having eroded civil liberties in the USA by saying no, saying it didn't. So you're just saying no. Actually, we're not that bad. It's not that bad. We still have civil liberties in America. Ta-da!
But it's not empirically true that we've become some kind of garrison state hostile to
literally. Let's get that word there. It's not been the case. Blah blah. Global presence has some kind of erosion of liberty in the US. We can argue about the size of the government in the US and all kinds of issues. Okay, so he says, fine, you can do that, but it's not empirically true that we've become some kind of garrison state, hostile to freedom, hostile to social progress, and so forth. So he knows that would be an argument that Scott makes, and he does make it quite clearly and eloquently, and it just doesn't stand up. His argument just does not stand at all.
freedom, hostile to social progress, and so forth. And finally, I just think for those who say, well, but all this is nice for the world, but what about America? American democracy, American freedom is not solid, is not, I think, ultimately, you can't count on it in a world that's entirely hostile. We have a big interest in having other democracies in the world for the sake of those people. But
I think that's a good argument there. You can't be the only democracy in the world. We need to be friends with other democracies. Cool. But that doesn't mean you have to go in and regime change. No, I don't think so.
but also for the sake of our own confidence in ourselves, and that we don't become a garrison.
American is not solid, so I think ultimately you can't count on the world that's entirely hostile. So you have to try and what he's basically saying is you have to have some sort of allies. You can't just be the guy in the corner that nobody messes with, because they will mess with you. You could collapse on your own. We have a big interest in having other democracies in the world for the sake of those people, but also for the sake of our own confidence in ourselves. Okay, this makes sense to me. It's just not put in a very appealing way. So I understand it. You don't want to be just the guy in the back. I need to put. What is happening on my phone today? Everybody's just woken up. Let me just put it on do not disturb. Okay, we're good. Jesus. Remember when watches just told the time? A nation's interest is solely governed by its type of government. We have, okay. Woken up. People have woken up, yes. Woke Satan, the morning star. Yes, the morning star woke everyone on my phone up today. Okay, confidence in ourselves. Sake of those people, sake of our own confidence. Okay?
State constantly thinking that all over the world there are countries that might attack us. So I think even from the point of view of democracy at home, not even, but including, not just from the point of view of people living abroad, but from the point of view of Americans at home, we have a big interest in democracy around the world.
We have a big interest in democracy around the world. That's basically his last thing. We have a big interest in democracy around the world. Having democracy is a good thing for the rest of the world. I think that is an important thing to remember. But libertarians are just like, fuck that. We want to take care of ourselves. So there you go. That is his argument. Let's have a look at it. I mean, if I went here and changed it into a mind map. Check it out, guys. Yoo-hoo! Sideways, do you see that? Or do you want it this way? Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. He lays it out underneath. Let's see the main topics he fold all sub-branches. The main topics he goes to, fit map. Okay. Kristol defending the resolution. Okay, and how he does it is, okay, it's correct. So guys, in summary, his argument is the resolution is correct. Okay. Willingness to intervene doesn't mean we have to intervene everywhere, which also is a convenient thing to be saying, because he does talk about intervening sometimes and intervening and not intervening other times, which just exposes him to all that Scott brings up, where it's just like, yeah, you're pretending to intervene because of out of the goodness of your heart, but it's not. Then also he talks about it's key, because that's part of the resolution. The word key is part of the resolution, so he uses that. Okay, he says it provides a deterrent. Cool. This helps. We articulate that people deserve to live in freedom. Okay, that's actually something that will exist in the other argument. You don't have to intervene to articulate that people deserve to live in freedom. You can just say that. You don't have to go and give them freedom. Okay, help people who are being oppressed, help people who are being invaded. So, there's the emotional appeal argument. where it's just like, no, we want to help them, but we know it's not about helping them. We know that you're not just being nice, okay? Such a policy benefits America directly, but it also benefits the world, which in turn benefits America. So then he basically does this whole argument over again. That is a summary of his argument. Talks about the post-1945 world order. So America's made things much better. Then he does acknowledge that intervention is messy. It's gotten bad, but he spends a lot of time talking about how messy these interventions are, and not a lot of time at all showing us exact instances where intervention was a good idea, was a good thing. He also doesn't spend time maybe explaining that there's conflict no matter what in the world. That intervention is not going to get rid of conflict at all. Intervention is going to save lives, but also it's going to cost lives. It's messy is another way to say it, but the way that he didn't make a good enough argument, I'd say, for intervention is messy. It's just like, oh yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Oh well, shrug. A lot of the time it just seems like that. He doesn't actually go into the truth of it. I don't know, the truth of it. Did he even name one place that worked? I don't think he did, Jared. I don't think he did. He just says vaguely Asia, South Korea. He just says there's more prosperity, and he does eventually focus on the fact that there's been no nuclear war. So that's the thing. See, he goes through all of things, and then I suppose he mentions places where America didn't intervene, and that was a bad thing. Yeah, one of the things is if you are pro-intervention, you have to explain which ones you choose. If you're not, if your policy is just I stay out of it, you don't have to explain yourself further than I stay out of it. Yeah. This entirely hostile argument is also not formed very well. If we take I don't know, the policy, what I would want Scott to do is to tell me what he thinks we should do and I say we as in like the West America, what he thinks they should do like in as an alternative. And he does bring that up, but later on in his argument. He spends a lot of time on how bad intervention is, and he goes through all of the examples of he bombards you with all of those facts, and I guess that is very effective in a debate. So it makes you would have to dismiss all of those things. So let's see, let's put this away, and then Bill Kristol defending the resolution. So then we've got another hour to go through Scott's. And this is going to take a while, guys. Scott Horton is attacking. What was it? Okay.
Thank you, Bill. For the negative, Scott Horton. Take it away, Scott.
For the negative. The resolution. Okay, Scott. Now, Scott it's going to be a lot. Let's go. Time for the Hortonator. I think I should put him on slower.
All right. Thank you, Gene. And hello to Mr. Kristol.
Hello to Mr. Kristol. He really does go for him as the opponent. He does go for this particular individual, not the idea. It's not exactly ad hominem, but it's like still calling him out for who he is. He still takes the opportunity to call him out for who he is and what he stood for previously.
As some of you know, Mr. Kristol was chief of staff to Dan Quayle, who I consider to be the best vice president of my lifetime. and think about who the other ones were for a second there. Okay.
Okay, so it's like his opening joke. He explained. So, okay, yeah, I guess that's his thing. Mr. Kristol was chief of staff, who I think considered the best vice president of my lifetime, and I think about who the others were for a second. Okay, I guess it's just an opening joke. Okay, that's not really an argument. Cool, what's next? I will respond about Hitler and World War more in a later segment, he says. Okay, just keep that in mind. Okay.
I will respond about Hitler and World War II more in a later segment there. America is in real trouble. For the last...
So he's, yeah, this is his speech. You can see he's written a speech for this. Bro is prepared. Bill just walked in there and was like, hey, I've done this before. I've had this kind of conversation before. I'm sure I can handle it. I don't need to write anything down. He did a couple notes. I think he had one page and he did a couple keynotes, and that was him.
Last few years, my opponent has been at the forefront. America is in real trouble. For the last few years, my opponent has been at the forefront of those warning against the death of modern liberalism, and that far-right populist Trumpism is taking this country in a very dangerous direction.
Okay, so I told you we would be more in detail with him because he's crafting this all as a speech. So he starts off with, let's put it as, my opponent has been at the forefront of those warning against the death of modern liberalism. Okay, so he's like, oh, you are upset about this, sir. You're upset about all this, but you know what? You're the cause of it. Is eventually where he's going with this. It's like, you're upset about the death of modern liberalism and whatever. Well, you're the cause of it. Okay, so, and the far-right populist tribalism is taking this country in a very dangerous direction. Okay, and even dictatorship. Okay. Sorry, there.
Towards authoritarianism, even dictatorship. But Mr. Kristol, you and David Brooks promised us national greatness. You said America needed to be called to their, quote, grand destiny, quote, nationalism. We needed, quote, national strength and moral assertiveness abroad, advancing the cause of freedom around the world. We needed...
So he is he's bringing Mr. Kristol to talk, actually bringing Kristol's arguments out and framing it that way. He's like, this is what this is what you supported. He's got a lot more structure to his thinking here. So, last few years, taking dangerous direction towards even dictatorships, but Mr. Kristol, you and David Brooks promised us national greatness. Okay. But Kristol and Brooks promised national greatness. Okay, so this is I find this very yes, because it's written, it comes off as like what do I even want to call it? Professing, and it's very dramatic. But that's convincing. Being dramatic is convincing. Okay. Kristol Brooks, you promised us national greatness. I think what irritates me about what irritates me about Scott's argument is it does get actually too emotional, but I think that's what I don't like about it. Just as an individual, I'm like, you're performing outrage here for me. And I want to get to the facts. So he does that at least. He does present way more facts than Bill does. But this sort of stuff, this sort of rhetoric, falls flat for me. I don't know why.
A big project we could all do together in the cause of freedom around the world. We needed a big project. See, the scorn and the disdain
in the voice, I don't really care for it. But Mr. Kristol, you said America needed to be called to their quite grand destiny. I don't. This is all emotional stuff. So I don't even know how to. What's the total word count of Bill versus Scott? Geez, I can check it out. But yeah, definitely Scott has way more words, and way more, and the words that he does speak mean a lot more. He doesn't repeat himself as much. William Kristol wasn't just an independent commentator. He was official access and influence on the wars, blood on his hands. Oh, yeah, talking about Bill, yes. The grand destiny of bringing gender studies to Afghanistan. Okay. I need to figure out how I'm going to diagram this stuff. I'm just probably going to have to copy paste because yeah, the way that he words it here is what is the point. It's not actually the facts. The way he words it is part of his persuasion. So I think I might have to copy paste exactly what he's saying here. I'll have to note that. Copy pasting exact wording as the way in which it is also part of, is more part of, is his tactic. Whereas before with the other guy, no, it doesn't really matter. He's just trying to say stuff. Of his tactic, like there's rhetoric here, and let me say that there. Okay, so don't yell at me. Don't get upset with me. It's just that I want to cut through it, but I can't. Okay.
We could all do together the causalism that America needed to be called to their, quote, grand destiny, quote.
Okay, so I'll respond about the Hitler thing, then America's real trouble. So, like, I mean, even starting with America is in real trouble. See what I mean? Actually, I'll put this here. He started with America is in real trouble. That's like an emotive line immediately from there. Let's do this. Shown it's an impactful statement. America is in great danger. You know, it's in grave danger and it's in trouble. And so now you have to listen to me. Listen up, because America is in trouble. I am calling out the bad stuff. I am being honest. So listen to me. So, okay, America is, sorry, I'm going all the way back.
But Mr. Kristol, you, modern liberalism, and that far few year world. I will respond about Hitler and World War II more in a later segment there. America is in real trouble. For the last few years, my opponent has been at the forefront of those warning against the death of modern liberalism, and that far-right populist Trumpism is taking this country in a very dangerous direction, towards authoritarianism, even dictatorship. But Mr. Kristol, you and David Brooks promised us national greatness.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do this, but you, Mr. Kristol, that's another thing, the way he's like, hey, Mr. Kristol, it's, I guess this is formal debate. What you do take these kinds of shots. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't like it. And guys, I'm criticizing the way he says it. Okay, that's all I'm doing. His arguments seem pretty sound. It's just I'm not a fan of the way of his tone. Okay, but Mr. Kristol, you and your David Brooks promised us national greatness. You said America needed to be called. I'm sorry, America needed to be called. You said America needed to be called to its destiny, to their quote grand destiny, which is nationalism. We needed national strength. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so you wanted nationalism. Okay.
You said America needed to be called to their quote great.
I'm more of a fan of the Lindsay Peterson fluffer and brown nose style. I don't know what it is about this style. Honestly, I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out as we go along. Mr. Kristol, that whole thing, I guess. You and David Brooks promised us national greatness. You said America needed to be called. It feels like slaves built this country kind of thing. But I guess if you are speaking to a warmonger, that's how you're going to do it. You're going to be performative. You're going to be outraged, right? If you're speaking to a warmonger, a person that has blood on his hands, that's how you're going to speak to him. You are going to call him out. If he was purely academic, would you not have a problem with it? I'd probably have a problem with it. I'm just saying I'm having a problem. I'm sensitive to it. I have no real reason. It's just the way it feels. Okay. And when you get into the facts, I feel a lot better about it. So this is just
Grand destiny, quote, nationalism. We needed, quote, national strength and moral assertiveness abroad, advancing the cause of freedom around the world.
okay. You know what? I think it's just in comparison to the conversational tone that I've just been listening to for over a minute. Woman. Exactly, Delta. That's exactly it. It's just me being a woman. I think, yeah, I think all I'm doing is falling prey to the difference between his prepared statements. So let's also just put your highly prepared statements. Speech. First. To conversational. Feels a lot more confrontational. That's all. I think that's basically what I started feeling. It's more confrontational, but I understand that it's warranted.
We needed a big project we could all do together. As Brooks' friend Christopher Beam wrote, invading Iraq, quote,
we needed a big project we all do together. The scorn there. Okay. Let's just put it together. This is his introduction rant, basically. Maybe I should put this as an intro. Yeah. Like intro. Yeah. And here and here. Okay, we could all do together. As Brooks' friend Christopher Beam wrote, invading Iraq was what suited his quest and yours, okay?
Suited his together. As Brooks' friend Christopher Beam wrote, invading Iraq.
Are you getting the sense that this is personal for Scott? Yes, it is.
Quote, suited his quest and yours for this greatness.
Right, invading Iraq was suited his quest and yours. For this greatness, okay. So yeah, I think this is all his showing how detestable these people are to him. I suppose this example here, all of this discussion is showing how detestable they are. I'll say tone here. We needed a project we could all do together. Tone. really to show detestable Scott finds his opponent and his opponent's colleagues. Okay, I think that's a better word for it, Joseph. That you said, like, you're picking up it's personal. This is personal for Scott. So Scott, I think that's the main thing that made me think of that. Not yet. His tone is negative, but he's saying that these guys advocated all of these policies on the promises that they were going to be great. Yep, but I'm still getting scorn from it. I'm still getting this. Look at you. You thought you were doing good stuff. And you lied to us. How dare you? You lied to us. You promised
In his
us.
1996 article, Toward a Neo-Reaganite Foreign Policy, arguing for benevolent global hegemony.
Okay, so my opponent, which is always fun, in 1996, okay, argument for benevolent global hegemony. My opponent wrote that John Quincy Adams was wrong, that the US should not go abroad seeking monsters to destroy. He said, why not? Okay.
My opponent wrote that John Quincy Adams was wrong, that the U.S. should not go abroad seeking monsters to destroy. Why not? He asked. For the exact reasons that Quincy Adams delineated. Our principles would...
Okay, for the exact reasons. Okay, so I need to do this here. In his article, why not, he asked. For the exact why not, he asked? For the exact reasons. So Quincy gives out. And then we got here. And you know what really looks bad, if you guys remember? It only has 720p choice. Oh, that's probably because I'm streaming through StreamYard. OBS allows different different qualities, and Twitch is iffy with the resolution stuff. But okay, in article why not, he asked, and then Quincy gives us reasons for why not. Later on, what really sucks is that Bill doesn't remember his article. He doesn't remember this. Oh, I don't really remember it. It's been a few years since I wrote that. Like, that is such a bad look. So just wait for that. That's gonna come.
Turn from liberty to force. We would become the dictatress of the world, but no longer the ruler of our own spirit, he said.
So that is the main it's the main point that he finishes his whole statement with. So here he's the way the whole thing is structured is really good. So he goes here, this is the reason that these are the exact reasons that Quincy Adams delineated, which are, okay, our principles would turn from liberty to force, okay, and he goes forth and makes that. So this is his intro, and then he obviously goes further into what this means. Our principles would turn from liberty to force, and this comes back again later on. We would become the dictatrists of the world, and no longer the ruler of our souls, of our own spirit. Obviously, very emotional language here. Spirit, but no longer the ruler of our own spirit. Bum, bum, bum. He said Adams was right. The wars did not make America great. Okay. Okay, he's okay.
Adams was right. The wars did not make America great. The wars.
Okay, so he goes, Adams was right, the wars did not make America great. So now, then he's going to go into the wars as a section, right? Adams was right. Now compare this to Bill's opening, which was, I think it's correct. That's what his intro was. It was here, he read out the resolution and said, I think it's correct. That's how you're going to defend something as wild as warfare and interventionism. That's how you're going to defend it. You're just going to be like, it's good. It's good. Yeah. Yeah. Like when Guy comes here with a very prepared speech, it knocks you all the way out of the water immediately. Preparation is 90% of the battle. Bro, Bill did nothing. Bill walked in there with a blank piece of paper. He thought he could just have a nice conversation and have a discussion and it'll be fine. But you are still going up against somebody who is prepared. So you no matter what you say in your speech, you're gonna look shit. Especially because that's not right. No matter what you say in your speech, you're gonna look shit. There are speakers that can speak off the cuff and speak really well. In any case, and they still make good arguments, but Bill just did not. He just did not speak well. Really, the first thing he said, he was talking about intro being back in New York, and then we need to talk about democracy and it's connected, and this is correct. That was his first statement. I think it's correct. Thanks, Bill. I'm so compelled. You're really compelling me here. It is a format suited to prepared statements, yes. So prepare your statements. If you know you're going to do this Oxford-style debate or whatever, you have to have a formal prepared statement. But I think he thinks he could just put notes down and it would be fine. But you really have to have an introduction and then go into different paragraphs and a conclusion. Like it's an essay. You got to write an essay. So like you can see, Adams was right. This is his assertion. He comes in with an assertion. The wars did not make America great. So he keeps that in mind. This is like a main point that he's going to argue. Okay, going forward. Puts all of this intro nice, puts it to bed. Now he's going to go the wars, okay? So he goes into the wars. Literally has a heading. The wars. Okay.
$3,000 people were killed on September 11th, 2001. As Paul Wolfowitz admitted, the main reason Osama bin Laden cited for attacking America was the wars. 3,000 people were killed on September 11th, 2001.
So he goes to the deaths, right? Okay, we're going on September 11th, 2001. This is different to 9/11 happened and mistakes were made. This literally immediately. Okay, Bill did say the words, thousands of people were killed his own people, but he's just saying it conversationally. He's not saying killed thousands of his own people when he talks about, I don't know, a dictator from somewhere or other. Okay, so immediately more emotional. Then 9/11. Many people died. There were mistakes were made. Just the whole phrasing of it is so much more powerful than just the nonchalant way that Bill spoke.
Paul Wolfowitz admitted, the main reason Osama...
Hey, Wolfowitz! That's when Douglas starts laughing if you hear Wolfowitz. Okay, because he's upset about Wolfowitz. Remember? Paul Wolfowitz admitted admitted the main reason Osama bin Laden cited for attacking America was the US military bases left in Saudi Arabia for the so-called dual containment policy against Iraq and Iran. Okay. So this is the heaviness we're going into. He will give these kinds of points, and eventually they tire me the fuck out because there's just so much. So you just get so overwhelmed by information that you're just like, okay, bro is way prepared. I'm just gonna believe him. I'm not even gonna try further. And in rebuttal, we don't get much rebuttal because he gives these specific examples, and then the rebuttals are kind of just as vague as the initial statements Bill made.
Bin Laden cited for attacking America was the U.S. military bases left in Saudi Arabia for the so-called dual containment policy against Iraq and Iran in the 1990s after Iraq War I, the Persian Gulf War.
Okay, so and Iraq in the 1990s, and this was after Iraq War I. So he's like, hey, listen, this is how many wars there are. There's lots of there are lots of wars in Iraq, just by the way. Persian Gulf War. Okay, Bin Laden's plan, okay, which we could talk about there, okay.
Bin Laden's plan was to provoke the United States into invading Afghanistan so he could replicate the Mujahideen's earlier success against the USS.
Mujahideen's earlier success against the US support in the 1980s. Okay, I'm getting why, but one of Bill's examples could have been, okay, Bin Laden's a bad guy anyway, and Bin Laden would find a way to get what he wants, and if it wasn't America, it would have been someone else, I suppose. I don't know if we're going to try and Kristol Wolf.
SAR with U.S. support in the 1980s, this time against us, to bog us down, lead us to bankruptcy, and create a choking life for the American people under the...
Oh, but sorry, Bill already said that we can afford it, so it's fine. This time against us to bog us down, lead us to bankruptcy, and create a choking life for the American people under tyranny of our security state. So no, he's already dismissed this. Bill already dismissed this. So Bill just went, no, that's not it. He just dismissed it, and this, compared to just Bill saying that's not true, this is a lot stronger. It comes off a lot stronger. In comparison to Bill just saying it isn't true that the security has eroded freedoms. That's it. He's just like, nah, it's not true. Ugh, it's so weak. This is actually such a horrible debate to go through. I think it's actually pretty bad because it's just the difference. Like, I want it to be a bit of a challenge. I want there to be both sides really given the best, but we only get one side arguing effectively. The other side is just, why were you invited, actually?
The tyranny of our security state. And after the last 20 years of war in Afghanistan and across the Middle East, we have less influence there than ever before. So
he's like, yeah, cool. So you apparently want intervention because, it's a way of power. It's a way we have power over other countries, but you don't even have it. So it hasn't even been worth it, is essentially what he's saying. After the last 20 years, there is essentially nothing to really to show for interventionism. And it's just, you know what, this just makes you so angry at the establishment, so angry at the official guys, because you're just like, you don't have to defend yourself against these arguments. You just carry on with your life. He gives these arguments. It's all great. So he's still out there doing stuff. He's still influencing policy and things like that. He was still able to do that. But this guy who's criticizing him is not. What does Scott do? Does he try and change policies, or is he just a voice? I guess that's as close as you can get. Okay, after 20 years of war, influence there than ever before. Okay. And now he's saying there's nothing. Oh, this is extra. Even more, $30 trillion of national debt, increasingly invasive surveillance state and militarized police state, almost 7,000 dead troops. Okay.
A $30 trillion national debt, an increasingly invasive surveillance state and militarized police state, almost 7,000 dead troops, 37,000 if you count those who killed themselves in the aftermath, and the worst partisan, political, racial, and other social division of my lifetime anyway. I'm 45. So much.
Okay. Wow. He works for real shit. I think credit card late fees are ridiculous though. So hold on. Last 20 years, okay, than ever before. Just piles it on, right? It's 30 trillion national debt. Okay, see, like this. An increasingly invasive surveillance state and militarized police state. Almost 1,000 dead troops, so we're going to just go back to the dead as well. You can always go back to the dead. In the aftermath, sorry, almost. Okay, what else are we on? And the worst partisan says also, by the way, this was also created, America is in a bad state, basically. I'm 45, so he's like, America is in a bad state. So none of this, you need to justify, you're showing us he's explaining there is absolutely nothing here that is good. You promised us this in comparison to what you promised us in the intro. So maybe I'll do this here. And it's a commentary bubble, but my fellow black pill Gentile. So all what's the name? All of this rather than the greatness promised by Kristol and co. That's why I need to copy paste here and give a relationship over here. There we go. There we go. All political polls are placebos. So what kind of pill am I? Take the clown pill? I want to take the sleeping pill. Because sometimes it gets to me, man. Okay. What's next?
Of this crisis is directly due to the costs, financial and otherwise, of America's Middle East regime change war.
So much of this crisis is directly due. Okay, so he actually even says stuff here. So much of this crisis. So let's add. I put that in there, but then he goes. So much of this crisis is directly due to the costs, financial and otherwise, of America's Middle East regime. So he really focuses on the Middle East, and I think that Bill tries to say that, you focus only on the Middle East. Like, well, it's very pervasive.
Wars. Let's review some recent regime changes and their consequences. Note that in neoconservative.
Okay, so that's also another thing. He reviews them in detail. Okay, so the wars, he goes that. Let's go, he put it over here. Let's review, oopsie. Let's review some recent regime changes and their consequences. And there's never, Bill did not give us some recent regime changes, okay, and their good consequences. he just kept saying mistakes were made or intervention is messy. Okay, so he doesn't give us a suitable explanation. He's just like, what can you do? What can you do is basically what Bill is saying.
Conservative doctrine, democracy absolutely.
Okay. Note that in neoconservative doctrine, democracy absolutely must be spread to Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Libya, and Syria, but not Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Oman. Yeah, this is the fickleness, the inconsistency with which this principle is applied. America brings freedom when it suits America. Essentially what he's saying, so that knocks it out of the water, and it's so scornful, and you're right. This is such a that's such a good the way he says it, just let him.
We must changes and their America's Middle East regime change wars. Let's review some recent regime changes and their consequences. Note that in neoconservative doctrine, democracy absolutely must be spread to Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, Libya, and Syria, but not Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Oman, Egypt, or Pakistan.
Yes, because we are the benevolent. We're okay. We're nice monarchies, guys. It's okay. We're nice monarchies. And Syria, but not. Sorry, I do want them capitalized because they are listed. Woo! UAE, I gotta mention, guys. Okay. I saw Kitty shaking her head for Trump. Her hair for Trump. Shaking my hair for Trump? What do you mean, fishmonger? They've all bent the knee. Make sure you cover them shoulders.
And if there's a democratically elected government that our government doesn't like, the U.S. won't hesitate to try to overthrow it. Like an
Yeah. If it's Democrats, if it's democratically elected, it's when we decide it's good democracy or not. Won't he say try overthrow it? Okay, so he says this as a principle, and then he explains it to you. You see how he shapes his argument. Okay, so he doesn't just say, oh, by the way, yeah, well, America does this thing. He's like, no. Here's an example. So here, what it does, if there's a democratically elected government that our government doesn't like, the US won't hesitate to overthrow it. And then he doesn't just move on from that. He will give you an example. And he goes, okay, like in Algeria in 1993. And I'm going to put them in separate blocks because that's the weight that they have on you. Okay? If we're looking at the weight that Bill's stuff had, I suppose he tries to put on a lot of weight over here and says, look at all the benefits we have. But they're not really that much. It benefits America. These are they're not very effective. These things. Oh, it benefits America. It benefits the world. No. He's like, here's an example. Here are examples. The weight of this man's arguments on your head. Okay, Gaza in 2007. Okay. Egypt 2013. He's not done. Ukraine. So now for you to argue with him, you have to go and debunk Algeria, Gaza, Egypt, Ukraine. You have to go through all of those. So you're actually completely overwhelmed. You don't. Where do you start? Okay, Ukraine 2004 and 2014. Now to regime changes. Okay, so he's going to tell us about the regime changes. Okay, so by the way, it doesn't even have to be a regime change. Democracy doesn't necessarily protect you from America. Having democracy doesn't mean America doesn't involve itself with you. Okay. MAGA does worship the Republican men in a weird way. Yeah, the crazy MAGA, yeah.
In Algeria in 1993, Gaza in 2007, Egypt in 2013, and Ukraine in 2004 and 2014. Now to the regime changes. I'm sorry I have to skip Kosovo and Somalia for time.
So he goes back to this thing that he's upset that people, I think it's a bit more of a joke thing, that he's like, people always skip Somalia and whatever. But now let's go to the regime changes. So I'm going to put a little timer thing because it comes back much later on. So it's like, you see, he thought about this. So he knows I have to skip Kosovo and Somalia for time. Okay, so he has noted that, and he does bring it back later on. Hence our little timer. Okay, and let's go into the regime changes. First on our list is President Carter and Reagan's support for the Mujahid in Afghanistan in the 1980s. Okay, to overthrow the communist regime there. Okay, that's number one.
First on our list is President Carter and Reagan's support for the Mujahideen in Afghanistan in the 1980s to overthrow the communist regime there. This led...
Okay, so I'm going to put you in a circle because then it'll just show us he's given us ideas around each of these ones, because that's what I found so hard to keep track of, is all the information he was giving me. So fine, okay, I've got let's just keep Afghanistan in mind, and I'm going to put it bolded here for myself. Okay, actually, you know what, let me do it this way. Yeah, cut. And then I'll just put Afghanistan just so it looks nice. 1980s, okay. Okay, first on our list is President Carter and Reagan's support for the Mujahideen in 1980s to overthrow the communist regime there. Explain to us.
Led directly to the rise of Haqqani, Hekmatyar, the Taliban, and Al-Qaeda.
Okay, so wow, we that's crazy. We can't even talk about it. We don't go into it. We can't go into how complex that is. But he's like, no, hey, it led to this. He doesn't have time to explain to us. You could probably try and ask him to, and I think he would be able to back it up. He's not just talking shit. So this led directly to the rise of, don't make me say those things, and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Okay, so you just have to take his word for it. He could probably defend this anyway.
Carter and Reagan's support for Saddam Hussein's Iraq in its 1980s war to overthrow the Ayatollah in Iran also backfired.
Oopsie, we got another one. Okay. We've got Iraq. What? Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Okay. Iraq, 1980s. And he's again talking about Carter and Reagan. Carter and Reagan's support for Saddam Hussein's Iraq and its 1980s war to overthrow the Ayatollah in Iran also backfired. Whoopsie poopsie. Iran, Iraq. So okay, we've got that. Oh, and they just weigh down on you. You can't even talk about them. He just lists them. He's just listing.
It solidified the mullah's power in Persia and led to...
Okay, that solidified the mullah's power in Persia and led directly to the so-called Gulf War after Iraq invaded Kuwait. Okay, Gulf War. Kuwait's in a dispute over debts from the war against Iran. Okay, so that is another consequence. So he's given the consequences. So you had the intervention, the consequence. The intervention, the consequence. Okay. Oopsie. Okay. There we go. As mentioned, America's first Iraq war launched to restore the Kuwait monarchy in 1991. Okay, let's just... I don't know if these are the same thing, but I'm going to bring it because he just... I don't know, where do I put this in the timeline?
Directly to the so-called Gulf War, after Iraq invaded Kuwait in a dispute over debts from the war against Iran. As mentioned, America's first Iraq war, launched to restore the Kuwaiti monarchy in 1991, led to...
Okay, so as mentioned before, America's first Iraq war launched to restore the Kuwaiti monarchy in 1991. Okay, I'm going to put that as one of those there. Okay. Kuwait monarchy. Okay. Led directly to the dual containment policy. Okay, so let me just put this here. Sorry, not Iraq, Iran. Let's go. Iraq war. Like, I don't know. I'm taking this all as his word for it. Why would he lie? People would easily be able to debunk him if he was lying. Iraq war 1991. To Iraq, Kuwait. I'm just going to put the words Kuwait and put that there. And if Bill is to defend, he has to go in here for each of these and explain himself, and he can't. A war fought on behalf of monarchy and not democracy? Yeah. Not democracy? Not for democracy? Of course, that's pretty simplistic, but it's still valid. America first launched Restore Kuwait Monarchy, led directly, so this is the consequence, led directly to the dual containment policy against Iraq and Iran for military based in Saudi Arabia, which it means that's what led to 9/11. Okay, whoopsie.
Directly to the dual containment policy against Iraq and Iran from military bases in Saudi Arabia and Al-Qaeda's war against the United States.
Okay, and Al-Qaeda's war against the United States. Yep, so there is the problem. That's a lot, boys. It's a lot to stomach. You have to swallow all of this. Okay.
Since 2001. After failing to deploy enough reinforcements to capture or kill bin Laden at Tora Bora, or allow the Delta Force to pursue him into Pakistan.
Wait, did this since 2001 against the United States since... Is this where does this sentence start or finish? Is this the start of a sentence or a new sentence?
The Bush sure kill bin... Since 2001. After failing to deploy enough...
Since 2001. I think that's the end of the sentence. I guess. Or since 2001. After. New sentence. Okay. Since 2001. Is it here? Since 2001. After failing to deploy enough reinforcements to capture Kill bin Laden and Tora Bora, allowed the Delta Force to Pakistan Bush administration sought regime change against the Taliban in Kabul. So, let's go, I suppose, since 2001, Kabul is what he's talking about there. Sorry, there. It's just as like a heading. It's not a proper sentence. after failing to deploy enough reinforcements, okay, sought regime change against the Taliban in Kabul. This is his explanation. Then what did that do? Who Bill Clinton had supported? Oh, by the way, Bill Clinton had supported this person a few years before, BT Dubs, in his own regime warlords. So this is just an extra bit that kind of makes you go, we're so inconsistent. It emphasizes the inconsistency of who America decides to support and who doesn't. So emphasizing the inconsistency with which America seems to pick its battles, its sides. Okay. Which also goes with the not for democracy comment there. Bill Clinton was probably the coolest president. And therefore, we shouldn't be mean.
Reinforcements to capture or kill bin Laden at Tora Bora, or allow the Delta Force to pursue him into Pakistan, the Bush administration instead sought regime change against the Taliban in Kabul, who Bill Clinton had supported just a few years before in their own regime change against the Mujahideen warlords whom Presidents Carter and Reagan had supported against the communists in the 1980s.
That is very powerful. Oh, this led to 20 years of war, including a massive so-called surge escalation, which is what Bill had spoken about. So this is the consequences part. Okay.
This led to 20 years of war, including a massive so-called surge escalation halfway through for absolutely nothing, and leading to the Taliban walking right back into power as the U.S. withdrew in the summer of 2021.
Oof. Again, just what do you have to show for it? You've just fucked around. There's nothing. We did stuff. He's saying, tell me, show. Calling into question what America really, and the world, really has to show for all of this intervention. And I guess that's where what you can show is there's no nuclear war. I guess that's what Bill's example is. Well, there's no nuclear war. Okay. But there's still shit.
Saddam Hussein in Iraq War II. When David Wormser wrote his clean break plan.
Oh, Saddam Hussein in Iraq War II. Okay, cool. Over here, I think this is another list. Another part of the list. Okay. Go off, King. I'm listening. I'm just trying to put it... Just stay still. Okay. When David Wormster wrote his clean break plan for Israeli... Okay, hold on.
And Saddam right back into power as the U.S. withdrew in the summer of 2021. Saddam Hussein in Iraq War II. When David Wormser wrote his...
Okay, over here, when David Wormser wrote his clean break plan for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's first government in 1996, okay, he acknowledged that targeting secular dictators is setting aside for regime change in Iraq. Okay, so this is the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing, okay? Fan the flames of Islamist American terrorism, but he said the solution to that problem would just be to wait until the war against them was over. Okay.
Clean break plan for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's first government in 1996, he acknowledged that targeting secularist dictators Hussein and Assad for regime change in Iraq and Syria could further fan the flames of Islamist anti-American terrorism. But he said the solution to that problem would just have to wait until the war against them was over.
Oopsie. It's okay. Yeah, that sucks. We'll deal with it later. Okay. So this is back to that point of it isn't always hindsight that people are looking from and saying, hey, this could have been done. It's that people are actually have suggested don't do this thing because of this and this reason, and then people go ahead and do it anyway. Okay. Maybe in 1996 this was somehow understandable. Okay. This is a bit snide.
Maybe in 1996, this was somehow understandable, from a hawk's perspective at least. According to Richard
I mean, from you see, he's being scornful, and I think if anything deserves scorn, it's warmongering. So, I guess that's what he's doing here. Is just giving it some scorn. From Hawke's perspective, at least, right? According to Richard Schultz in the Weekly Standard in the 1990s, the Pentagon Joint Staff would repeat a cliche that, quote, terrorism is a small price. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is just to show how nonchalant these people are. And after hearing the way Bill is, you get it. Okay, staff would repeat a cliche that, quote, terrorism is a small price to pay for being a superpower. Okay, so I'm just going to disdain and outrage at the officials and how they with actual atrocities. It's okay. It's just fine. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, Lord Farquaad, kind of stuff. Maybe in the 1960s, understandable. From a Hawke's perspective, at least according to Richard Schultz in the Weekly Standard, the Pentagon's Joint Staff would repeat as cliche that, I'm going to take this, terrorism is a small price to pay for being a superpower. Okay.
Schultz in the Weekly Standard. In the 1990s, the Pentagon Joint Staff would repeat as cliche that, quote, terrorism is a small price to pay for being a superpower. But after the African embassy bombings of 1998, the USS Cole attack in 2000, and September 11th, which killed nearly 3,000 people in New York and at the Pentagon, it was less understandable.
Okay. So he's like, okay, that made sense. But, oh, by the way, his sarcasm just comes through. It's just, yeah, it was less understandable, huh? I actually want to say, like, he makes use. Let me put it over here. I'll put it with this but the Tech 2000 September bombings. Okay. After the African embassy bombings in 1998, USS Cole attack in 2000, September 11th, which killed, he repeats the 3,000, but that doesn't really matter. You can repeat that. That's just an important fact. It was less understandable. So I actually feel like rhetorically what he's doing is making he's exposing how shittily the leaders really speak about such things, how they minimize by saying, oh, it's understandable, it's unfortunate, or whatever, demonstrating scorn for how officials minimize in their language. Understandable. For instance, Bill would say, unfortunate. Scott is not shying away. Proper description. Like the rest of them. Okay. It's actually written as worm, sir, and it doesn't make it any better. Is that the guy's surname? Okay.
Yet the neoconservatives, led by Mr. Kristol, persisted.
Okay, so just why not? Why not? By the way, you led these guys. Just so you know, it was less understandable, but you know what? He still did it. So he is. It's a political attack. This is personal. But the thing is, the guy is responsible in his mind, in Scott's mind. Again, Kristol. Okay. 5 more minutes and then I have to go, guys. I'm sorry. To finish the 5 minutes left. Or we should get to 30 minutes, huh? That'll help. Okay.
The neocons' best laid plans to empower Jordan and compliant Shiites to take over Iraq failed.
Oh. Let's go. And he's also just using the neocons part of it. Empower Jordan and compliant Shiites to take over Iraq. So, Iraq. Again, just another Iraq. I'll just put that because I don't. Oh, right. In American invasion, right? Takeover failed. The American invasion empowered Iran's favorite. I don't know. Let's see. This is just another failure he's listing. It failed. Okay. How did it fail? The American invasion of 2003 empowered Iran's favorite factions among the Shiites. Okay. The Supreme Islamic Council and Dawa Party, in fact, it was King Abdullah Jordan who coined the phrase Shiite crescent to describe Iran's newly enhanced power. Okay, so it's just part of his explanation of a failure.
The American invasion of 2003 empowered Iran's favored factions among the Shiites, the Supreme Islamic Council and Dawa Party. In fact, it was King Abdullah of Jordan who coined the phrase Shiite crescent to describe Iran's newly enhanced power just after the invasion. Clean break, nothing.
Clean break, nothing. Just after the invasion. And then he's just got a little aside. Clean break, nothing. Hey, I was entertaining in my speech too.
This American Shiite alliance pushed their Sunni Arab enemies out of Baghdad and into the arms of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which did not...
3 hours plus and cover 13 minutes. You rock, kitty. Thanks. Okay, so there, clean nothing. We've got here, Supreme. Let's see. This American Shiite alliance pushed the Sunni Arab enemies out of Baghdad into the arms of Al-Qaeda. Okay. So just all out shit. Let me tell you how shit it is. And you don't want to hear it. I guess this is why you couldn't be specific, hey, Bill? Because you would have to go into this.
Not even exist before the war, adding thousands of hardened fighters to arms of Al-Qaeda. This American Shiite alliance pushed their Sunni Arab enemies out of Baghdad and into the arms of Al-Qaeda in Iraq, which did not even exist before.
Okay, in Iraq, which didn't in Iraq, so we blame didn't exist before the war. So, look, I'm not going to say that these things wouldn't have manifested without America. I'm not with him on that. I feel like they would find other reasons to be anti-America. I really do. But I'm with you. I understand. Okay, did not even exist before the war, adding thousands of hardened fighters to Osama bin Laden's. Okay, which did not exist before the war. Because I'm kind of like, what, do you think that they would just remain peaceful? Do you think that they would, if America was just not around, it would all just chill out, huh? Okay. I mean, maybe. Adding thousands of hardened fighters to his movement, including thousands of foreign fighters who traveled there to fight against the US. Shiite Alliance. That was not me farting, that was someone upstairs. Okay. There. Okay.
For the war, adding thousands of hardened fighters to Osama bin Laden's movement, including thousands of foreign fighters who traveled there to fight against the U.S. Shiite alliance. Many of these men later went home to Libya, Syria, and Yemen to get ready for the next wars there. The U.S.
Yeah, that's where they did. They went to get ready for the wars there. He's just like, hey, look at all the wars. Just emphasizing, there's just always war. Just more. Okay. And yeah, as somebody who's just like, it's absolutely good for nothing, this is tough to get through. It hurts your heart because you're like, oh.
Took their side in all three.
Oh, the US took their side in all three, by the way. BTW. Okay. What's next? In Libya. Okay. In Libya. Okay, we've got in Libya. The Hawks said they had to intervene to overthrow secular dictator Gaddafi to protect the poor civilians. Okay.
In Libya, the Hawks said they had to intervene to overthrow secular dictator Gaddafi to protect the poor civilians. But at the very least, tens of thousands of people have been killed in endless fighting in that country in the decades since. Bin Laden.
This is now then saying that would have been prevented. We don't know. So what Bill tries to say is we don't know if this would have if it would have been much more peaceful without the intervention. So he's like, yeah, well, bad things have happened. So you see, bad things have happened. Nothing good ever happens, and that's because intervention is bad. It's a very strong argument. You're saying, yeah, bad things happen, but you've never shown us one good thing. But at the very least, tens of thousands of people have been killed in endless fighting in the country. And like I said, Bill's argument didn't address that bad things happen all the time on both sides for both reasons. And I say both sides as in like war is inevitable. He didn't even try that argument. He doesn't even do that. So but Bill didn't lean on that explanation. Okay. I don't know, maybe you don't, maybe I'm flawed for leaning on that. Hey, Ringu! He won't show us his wallet. Okay, Bin Ladenite groups veterans, okay.
Ladenite groups, veterans of the Second Iraq War, led that revolt and have thrived in the meantime.
Okay, so he's Bin Ladenite, and actually when he talks about stuff later on, it does seem like Scott is for smaller intervention. It's not that he's, because people ask questions about specific bits, and he's like, what we could have done is this and this. So essentially, he's not talking about going and putting troops on the ground. He's talking about like special forces kind of stuff. It seems like that's that. I could be mistaken. I might not have understood him properly. But let's see. We'll see tomorrow. Bin Ladenite groups, veterans of the Second World Iraqi War, led the revolt and have thrived in the meantime. Okay. Hey, no. As civil war has raged for years. So again, it's more war. He's making very, very good. It's storming here, so I went out for coffee. I got drenched and spent the morning under my blankets. And thank goodness for work from home and non-camp teammates. Oh, that sounds so cozy, Ringu. Oh, that's so cool. Some warlords brought back literal chattel slavery. Oh, just so you know, we got chattel slavery because of that. But you know, interventionism's good for the world, right?
Civil war has raged for years. Some warlords brought back literal chattel slavery of sub-Saharan Africans. Thousands of refugees drowned in the Mediterranean.
Sub-Saharan Africans. Again, you have to answer to all of these. Bill has to answer to all of these with, well, I guess it's better than nuclear warfare. I suppose it's better than completely mutually assured annihilation. I suppose we could try that, and then we can just differ on how whether we decide it's worth it or not. Chattel slavery. So much for more liberty, because so if you go and you say there's slavery there, this is all because of American interventionism. The fact that it's not stopping things like slavery, it's actually causing it. Yes, not directly, or sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly. Either way, he blames it all on the interventionism, which I need to know. I don't think we could easily say that without intervention, this would not happen in every case. I think shit would happen in every case, but the level of shit is up for argument. So much for liberty because of America getting involved. Okay, so yeah, he blames all of these things on there. Drowned in the Mediterranean, the war spread from Libya into Mali, Chad, Niger, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Did you say? Oh, Niger. Okay, so the war is spreading and it's all America's fault. It's also taking a lot of responsibility away from other people.
Mediterranean. The war spread from Libya into...
It didn't happen during Gaddafi. Yeah, I suppose. Then it happened when he was overthrown.
Mali, Chad, Niger, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Obama's and allied support for the bin Ladenite revolt against the secular government in Syria.
Okay, well, we've got the Syria stuff. Okay, we're over here. He's still on his list, boys. He's still on his list. Obama's allied support for the bin Ladenite revolt against the secular government in Syria. This. Okay. He's still on his list. He doesn't need to finish. He just lists it. We don't have to talk further about it. He's just telling us. Okay. Here it is. Here's part of the list. An attempt to weaken their ally Iran after the Iraq War had done so much to empower them led to the rise of the Islamic State, so-called caliphate, in eastern Syria.
An attempt to weaken their ally Iran after the Iraq War had done so much to empower them led to the rise of the Islamic State, so-called caliphate, in eastern Syria and western Iraq. And then the third Iraq War from 2014 to 2018 to then destroy it.
Okay, hold up. To then destroy it. So we created a thing and then we destroyed a thing. I'm losing track, and I think that's the point. It's insane. People were saying the Libyan model after that too. Yeah, that's what Dave brought up. Dave Smith. Dave Smith and Douglas were talking about it. An attempt to weaken their ally. Iran, after the Iraq War had done so much to empower them, led to the rise of the Islamic State, so-called caliphate in eastern Syria and western Iraq. Okay. Then the third Iraqi war from 2014 to 2018. That comes here, which was to destroy it. whoa, sorry, it is a timeline. So hold on. It's by the way, we started this. Okay, we needed against the secular government in Syria. So, an allied support for the bin Ladenite revolt against the secular government in Syria. Then, an attempt to weaken their ally. Okay, then the third Iraq war from 28. So it's just on top, war on top of war. To then destroy it on behalf of those same Iranian-backed Shiite groups. Okay. So again, with the inconsistency of side picking, it's whenever it's convenient, not always about freedom, the way Bill tried to characterize it. Oh no, it's always about freedom, and freedom is beneficial to America. Freedom in the rest of the world is beneficial to America.
On behalf of those same Iranian-backed Shiite groups, the Hawks wish they hadn't fought the second Iraq War for.
The Hawks wish they hadn't. Oh god. Okay.
No, the U.S. should not back these dictators, like so-called President Sisi in Egypt. That's part of what got us attacked in the first place. But we sure as hell should not be supporting bin Ladenite insurgencies against them either.
Okay. This is just, again, an example of the... Hey, by the way, this is how shitty we are. We go over here. No, the US, we shouldn't back dictators, but also we should... No, the US should not back these dictators like so-called President. That's part of what got us attacked in the first place. Also, America. But we sure as hell should not be supporting Bin Ladenized insurgencies against him. Okay. So it's two things we shouldn't be involving ourselves in. Okay. Hillary Clinton, hey.
Hillary Clinton and Saudi Arabia's installation of Mansour Hadi when they co-opted the Arab Spring revolt in Yemen in 2000.
Oopsie, here's another list, guys. Sorry, it's another part of the list. Mansour installation. Hillary installation of Mansour Hadi. Okay. Mansour Hadi, Yemen. Okay. Saudi Arabia's installation of Mansour Yemen 2010. Straight to the next phase of war, in which broke out in 2015. So we just more war and going to more war and going to war. More war. It's just, oh, we create one of these and then we create one of these and this one leads to that one, and it's just that's where you get the whole idea of just endless wars and the forever wars. Just we're always at war.
2011 and 12 led straight to the next phase of the war, which broke out in 2015. For the last 6.5 years, the U.S. has backed Saudi Arabia and UAE in a war that has killed hundreds of thousands of people. And all.
Okay. UAE in war that has killed hundreds of thousands of people and also strengthened Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula beyond belief. Okay, so America, it's all your fault. Hundreds of thousands. Again, he's going into the emotional language, and it's very hefty. Waiting to see if the screensaver will bump perfectly into the corner with the music. There are now something like 30,000 Bin Laden night fighters. Okay. This is just more, just piling it on. He doesn't, he could have stopped, but why? Why would he?
Also strengthened Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula beyond belief. There are now something like 30,000 Bin Ladenite fighters in the world. And Iran and Russia, who intervened to save Assad from Al-Qaeda and ISIS, are more influential in the region than ever. This is...
Okay, so there are more, we've got those, sorry, in the world. In the world, Iran and Russia. So remember he went, it goes back to him saying we don't have any influence in the region anyway. So there's nothing to show for it. So you stream freeze? I hope not. Guys, my vote matters. I'm making a difference, damn it. I hope not, guys. I hope it's not a stream freeze.
It's not how it was supposed to be.
Ringo refresh works fine here. Okay, Paul says it's fine. This is not how it was supposed to be. Yeah, okay. That isn't how it's supposed to be. You gave us it's not how it's supposed to be. You promised us other stuff. Again, it's just a conclusion. This is didn't benefit. Didn't even. Weird, it just got stuck for 4 minutes, jeez. Oh, no wonder this. Go and get stuck. Okay. Okay, speaking of Russia, it isn't just the Mid-East wars. Oh, guys, he doesn't just talk about Middle Eastern wars. We've got one more. Hey, Andrew, we're actually about to finish here. I'm just thinking, before he gets to Russia, let's just let him get to.
Speaking of Russia, it isn't just the Mid-East wars. In Georgia, the U.S. supported the Rose Revolution of 2003, and the.
Okay, it isn't just the Mid-East wars. Okay. We've got the Rose War of what? In Georgia, the US supported the Rose Revolution of 2003. And the installation of Mikhail got us into a war with Russia when we attacked their peacekeeping. Okay. It's just stories. Rose Revolution. There we go. Okay. The War of... Oh, geez. Stop moving stuff that way, Jinseo. Okay. Supported the Rose in 2003 and the installation of Mikhail Shizhi, who almost got us. Okay. Who almost got us into a war with Russia when he attacked the peacekeeping forces in South Ossetia just 5 years later. Okay. And then we've got President Cheney and Vice President Cheney urged George Bush to strike Russian forces coming across the Caucasus Mountains. The US also helped to overthrow the government of Ukraine twice in just by the way. Okay. It's here. Bush to strike Russian forces coming across the mountains. The US also helped overthrow Ukraine twice. Yeah, okay.
The installation of Mikhail Saakashvili, who almost got us into a war with Russia when he attacked their peacekeeping forces in South Ossetia just 5 years later, and Vice President Cheney urged George Bush to strike Russian forces coming across the Caucasus Mountains. The U.S. also helped to overthrow the government of Ukraine twice, in 2004 and 2014. In 2014, they used actual Nazis in a street putsch against the elected government. It was supposed to be easy to get away with, while Putin was distracted with the Sochi.
Okay, so it was supposed to be easy to get away with. He really enjoys the scorn and that. Okay, elected government. They used actual Nazis. This debate is pre-Putin's Ukraine invasion, but Horton calls out US-backed coups. It was supposed to be US-backed coups, yeah. It was supposed to be easy to get away with while Putin was distracted by Sochi Olympics. With the Sochi Olympics. But instead, the new Ukraine coup junta lost Crimea to Russia. Okay. Remember that? And started a brutal war in the east, which has killed more than 10,000 people and unnecessarily ratcheted up tensions, guys. Ratcheted up tensions, and, well, you know what happened. Ratcheted up tensions with the other most powerful nuclear weapon state on the planet. Okay, so this actually also, the fact that he's mentioning the nuclear tensions and nuclear in the same sentence is quite damning to Bill's that's nuclear of America. It might be causes nuclear tension. Okay, I think we've got a few more seconds left and then we're at 30. Because I've got to go and run errands, boys and girls.
The Olympics. But instead, the new Ukraine coup junta lost Crimea to Russia and started a brutal war in the east, which has killed more than 10,000 people and unnecessarily ratcheted up tensions with the other most powerful nuclear weapons state on the planet. Then National Endowment for Democracy head Carl Gershman even threatened regime change in Moscow itself in the Washington Post in October 2013.
Okay.
Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so threatening regime change in a newspaper. Okay. It's just threatening it. Why not? Why not just sprinkle a threat on top? You know, why not just sprinkle the threat? And you know, you're talking about all things that happen, but he's also like, oh yeah, there's also this. We can just do that. We threaten. Okay. Oopsie. as well as actual acts. Okay. Of intervention. Make up Scott's argument. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton famously blessed the Honduran coup of 2009. Okay. Leading directly to the rise of murderous drug cartels in that country and a massive child refugee status at our southern border. Okay, so we've got that one. So it's not just wars, it's also cartels and things. Okay.
And famously blessed the Honduran coup of 2009, leading directly to the rise of murderous drug cartels in that country and a massive child refugee crisis at our southern border.
Okay, I think that's where we shall end it. Southern border, we have how much longer? Oh, he continues, you see, he goes over time here. He's got quite a lot more to go. But the most effective part of his argument you've been exposed to already. Yeah, so that is it. I'm going to put a marker for us because we have to return to this tomorrow afternoon. So it won't be the same time as we come back today. So Cyber Ringu will be able to join us from the beginning tomorrow if they make it. 30:15. I think that's still a pretty good pace, boys. 4 hours and we got 30 minutes in. That is not a normal thing for me, okay? Formal debate is go. Hey? But just look how he just piled it all on. You can already see, yeah, let's go, yeah. That's 80? Jeez. Look at all of that. And it's just more structured. He gives us examples. You see there's the circles, whatever, because he's giving us examples. Uberload. He overloads it all. But it's still structured. He's like, here's my examples, here's my list. And you would have to, if you want to dismantle all of this, you would have to go in and you would have to explain how each of these are better than the alternative. You would have to tackle absolutely all of them. And I don't think we even get anything near that when we get Bill's rebuttal. I think it's basically just more of the same. He maybe picks one or two and tries to tear them down, and he hasn't made the base argument that, yeah, shit happens anyway. So he doesn't have any argument. But yeah, that's where we're at. We are a third of the way through. So I think we're doing well. And the moderator also keeps us in check for the rest of the discussion. Hold on, let's share. Let's make sure it's published. Okay. Copy link. This is the diagram. It is in chat now. One of the Russians' largest oil companies at the time. Okay, you guys are talking. Done. Okay, guys, let us say goodbye for today. So remember, this time tomorrow basically is when I'll be starting. So like 12:30, we start. Kofefe. Yeah, I'm gonna go and have my kofefe right now. And can't relate and late, lol. What, late now? Goodbye, everyone. Bye, Waffle Fry. Good to have you back. We missed you yesterday. Yeah, everybody, have a nice life. I am exhausted because war is so horrible. Am I right? Okay. I came too late because it's 10 a.m. in Spain. Well, then you'll be on time tomorrow for us to start. Okay. Bye, you psychopathic parasites. Enjoy the let me turn off the music first. Enjoy the outro. Okay, thanks, bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cat. Axel's still hissing, Daisy's on the shelf, she just not vibing, and then I swear it's been a long stream. You, my friend, we'll talk all about it when I see you again. We had some fun, we lost our way. That's all I've got, so go away. That's all I've got.